It is 5:30 p.m. and I call to order the January 10th, 2023 meeting of the Richland 2 Board of Trustees. Mr. Trapp will be joining us by telephone this evening. Item 2.1, executive session. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Nash.
I move to convene an executive session for the purpose of discussing student admission requests into the district's adult education program, student appeals, breach of contracts, and employment recommendations and certified releases.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. Nash and seconded by Mrs. Porter to convene an executive session. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Nash, could you confirm the motion, please?
It's correct.
Thank you. Board members, please vote. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The motion passes. We will now enter into executive session. Good evening. May I have a motion to come out of executive session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to move that we end executive session at 6:22 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. Washington and seconded by Ms. McFadden to come out of executive session at 6:22 p.m. Is there any discussion? Board members, please vote. And the vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The motion carries. Moving on to item 3.1. We will now have tonight's inspirational moment, which will be provided by Westwood High School's NJROTC program. Please turn your attention to Command Sergeant Major Joe Johnson.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Sergeant Major Johnson. I'm the Army instructor at Westwood High School, so I need to do a great job tonight. Come to principal center where they're watching, so I'll have to do a good job tonight. So what we want to talk to you about this afternoon, we want to talk to you about our JROTC program and what we have to offer to the kids in our community. In our purpose of our JROTC program, we have what we call a premier program. And that's how we have to look at our program as being premier to other programs within the district. And our mission in JROTC and all the JROTC program belongs to the Army is to motivate young people to become better citizens. That's our main purpose in life, is to make them better than they were before they come to us. And our vision for JROTC, we want to provide them with quality citizenship, and we want to also foster our partnership with our community and our education institutions, i.e., we need to make sure we spend time in the middle school and elementary school going around and trying to let the kids know what we have to offer and some of the stuff that we do. And our purpose is to prepare our high school students for a leadership role in life and in life, not for the military in particular, but for high school and in their community. And if they happen to go to the military, they'll be the military as well. Our objective, we want our kids to live a drug-free life as much as possible. We want all of our kids to complete high school. We would love that. And we want them to have leadership potential so they can go out and do better things and become better leaders. And we want them to improve in their physical fitness and try to teach them good eating habits as well. And we also want to strengthen their character, and we want to teach them good values in life so they can be better kids and better adults as they grow older or as they go into college. And we want to improve their discipline so they can be better kids, so when they go back home, they can help mentor their little brothers and their little sisters and other kids within the community as well. And academic preparation, we want to make sure that they prepare themselves, because each one of our Army programs, we have academic team, and we want them to be as good as possible so they can pass tests and be good. And we want them to get career preparation as well in life. First semester, these are some of our stuff that we have to do each semester, and this is some of the stuff that we do every semester. I just want to highlight a couple of them. We did a fundraiser, because everything we do in ROTC, it come at a cost, so we do what we call fundraiser sometime. And also we go out in September, we did what we call a STEM experience. We went out to McGrady campsite down on in Garner Ferry out there. We have a raider meet, and we have different raider meets, and that is what we call our Ninja Warrior. Blackwood have one of the better ones. We have one competing with them. So we go out and we do what we call our Ninja Warrior challenge and stuff, and most of our trainers on our team are females, because a lot of times we can't get a lot of the males to come out, so a lot of the females will join, and they do an extremely great job. We have an ROTC Youth Day. We go down to South Carolina State, and we teach the kids of the state, South Carolina State, teach the kids about life on a college campus, which is a great opportunity. And also, if the weather was not as bad as well, we would have done a Veteran Day program downtown, which we do every year. And also we do highway cleanup. And if you notice, in December, we do what we call a dining in. We teach the kids a class on etiquette, teach them how to go out and have fine dining, how to conduct themselves in a fine dining situation. And what we would do after that, we take them out to Fort Jackson, and Fort Jackson put on a nice dinner meal for the kids, and the kids have the opportunity to show their skills on how to do fine dining. And the last thing we did in December, we did Wreath Across America. We go out to Fort Jackson, and we took, at our school, we took 17 students in the 17th of December. We went out and we helped place a wreath on all the graves out at the military cemetery, and our kids did an extremely good job in the cold weather. And some of the things we'll do we'll be doing in second semester, and I'll just hit a couple of them. We'll be doing the Harvest Pack. The Harvest Pack, we will do a joint venture with all 5 of our high schools in the district. All 5 of our high schools will get together on the 11th of February, and we will go out and we will pack food. We will pack food at one of the churches on one of the big churches, and we will pack the food up, and the food will be distributed to certain locations within the community here in Columbia. And also, we will be doing our own. We'll be going out to Harvest Hope Food Bank, and we will also try to box up about 500 containers of food, so that food can be delivered out across Columbia as well. And then we'll have what we call a District Leadership Day. The District Leadership Day is where all 5 of our high schools will get together with about 100 cadets each, and we will take the kids out, and they will go out to Fort Jackson, and they will learn and work together as a team. There won't be no competing for first place and second place. It'll just be a bunch of kids working together to try to build that leadership skill among one another and good cooperation. And then the last thing, in June, all 5 of our high schools, to include us, we will go out, 3 of our high schools will go out to Fort Jackson. We'll go to a GRTC summer camp. And when we go to summer camp, we take about 30 kids out to summer camp. And the 30 kids we took to summer camp, it costs the kids only $25. We take the kids for about 7 days, and we teach them how to live in a military environment and how to do some of the military stuff like eating in the dining facility, getting up 4:30 in the morning, doing physical training, and going out doing a whole bunch of nice stuff that they normally want to do back at their school. Our goal, each one of our Army schools have what we call an HUD, with the honor unit with distinction. And if you see our cadets in their uniform, if they're wearing a yellow star, that yellow star, that means that they get evaluated by Fort Bragg, North Carolina every year. Every 4 years, when they get evaluated, you must score 95% or higher on that evaluation. If you score less than 95, you will not keep that yellow star. In order to do that, you must do good, and the kids have to be trained very well on how to do presentation and all that. We would like to maintain a 70% retention rate with new cadets in the ROTC. And we want, and in all our ROTC programs, we need to do more mentoring in our male cadets, because a lot of our male cadets don't want to do ROTC for certain reasons, because they don't want to cut their hair. They don't think it's cool. But the females, we have no problem with getting females, so we have to spend more time mentoring our males. And we have a robotics team, and our robotics team and technology, our robotics team, the Army have purchased all 3 of our Army schools. I won't tell you how much it costs, but they give us a robotics equipment, and we have we partnership with our school engineering department, and we go ahead and we'll put our robotics together, and our robotics will compete and do other things. Okay, and supporting goals. For first, we want all of our kids when they graduate from when they graduate, become a senior, and time for graduation. What we want our kids to do, participate in at least 2 semesters. We want them to maintain a B average. We want them to be successful in participating in extracurricular activity. And we want them to do at least 2 fundraisers. And we want them to complete in a couple community services. And that way, when they graduate, we will give them a nice red medallion to place on their uniform. And then when they march across the stage, and when Dr. Davis see them walk across the stage, he'll see this nice, pretty medallion on their neck, and he'll know that this kid did an outstanding job while within ROTC. Other supporting goal is starting next school year, we'll be a part of the CADE program. And in order for a cadet to get a graduate out of the CADE program, they must have done LET 1, LET 2, LET 3, and LET 4, which is either 4 semesters, 4 years. And the kids and the student going to have to wear the uniform. We want them to wear the uniform at least 95% of the time. And we want them to participate in physical training 95% of the time. And we want them to participate in extracurricular activity. Now, these are some of the teams that we have. We have a drill team. We have a color guard, which you'll see in a few minutes. And a Raider team, which is our like a Ninja Warrior. And then also we have a robotic team. And then we have a leadership academic team where they compete against schools around the whole United States. And when they compete against the other schools in the United States, if they score high enough, then they will go to Washington, D.C. and participate in the Army academic team. In summary, our program started in 2012. We average about 165 to 170 kids per year. And we have 100% high school graduation for the kids, a young student that participate in ROTC. And out of a lot of our kids that go to college, but we have 8% of our students go to college, go to 4-year college. 80% of our kids that go to college are in the senior ROTC program. And then we have 2% go to 2-year college, and also we have 6% goes into the military, and 74% in the workforce, and once again, and the rest, other 10% unknown. Any questions?
Thank you, Command Sergeant Major Johnson. Any questions, board members or
Madam
comments?
Chair.
Okay, at this time, we will have,
Oh, excuse me, I think Dr. Scott, did you?
Yes.
Oh, Dr. Scott?
Just a quick question for you. I had the opportunity to actually meet, I didn't realize we were going to do a presentation. I thought you guys were just going to come in here and do an inspirational moment. So I don't really have my questions laid out. But maybe a few months ago, we attended a conference and had an opportunity actually to meet, I guess, the second person. I think that's his title. That's over ROTC.
Lieutenant Colonel Barger, he's the senior ROTC instructor.
Yes, thank you for that. Had an opportunity to meet him, and we generated so many questions that I brought back that I shared with the chair that eventually that I wanted to get a presentation with ROTC. Didn't realize it was tonight. I thought you guys were just doing the inspirational moment. So at a later time, I would love to share my questions with the superintendent or with whomever so you guys can address, because they shared some wonderful things. And one thing in particular that they shared with us is the amount of money and scholarships that the ROTC actually could offer to the students who are a part of their program. And then the other thing is the opportunity for faculty and staff, school board members, and whoever can have an opportunity to go to one of those training sites to watch former students in action. So it was so much that I learned from that. I was so excited and wanted to be a part of talking with you guys. So please forgive me, I'm not prepared with my questions because I didn't bring that, wasn't expecting this. But at a later time, I would love to do that. But what I do want to say is, just based on what I've seen with all of the ROTCs and all of the schools, you guys do a phenomenal job. I love the way the students are, their discipline, their academics, their respect. So thank you for what you guys do and what you continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Color guard? Would everybody please stand for the pledge of color, please?
Colors, attention. Colors, carry. Colors. Forward, march. Left. 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 March on. March. Colors, hold. Freezing. Arms. Order. Arms. March on. March. Forward. March. Colors. Hold. Order. Colors.
A big thank you again to Westwood High School's NJROTC program. May I please have a motion regarding the approval of the agenda?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Washington,
I move to approve the agenda for the January 10, 2023 regular board meeting.
is there a second?
A second.
A motion has been made by Mrs. Washington and seconded by Mrs. Porter for the approval of the agenda. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in our first meeting, we laid out a very robust agenda as a board, and many of the items related to that will help us be more fiscally accountable, committees, teacher forums, and things of that nature. And over the past few agendas, of course, we had a lot of things on that list. Only like one or two of those items have appeared on the agenda. And so I am asking, Madam Chair, as you, in collaboration with Dr. Davis, as this policy, strongly consider prioritizing those requests by our fellow board members and myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nash. Any more discussion?
Yes,
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mrs. Porter?
I'd just like to make sure that I communicate to all of the board staff that, something that I know I emailed already, but some of the items that I feel are priority for our agenda would be to establish working committees so that we can do the work that will focus on our students and teachers and move us forward. And then bring a report to the board for ultimate decisions to be made as a whole.
Thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Porter, for suggesting that. At the end, when we go over the draft agenda, that would be a time to also to mention what you're hoping to see in the future,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
you'd like to see on the agenda. Thanks so much, Mrs. Porter.
No problem.
Mrs. Washington, did you have,
Yes, so I wanted to get clarification on how items are prioritized for the agenda.
the superintendent works in conjunction with the board chair, policy BEDB. Actually, we will be going through that tonight, so you all should have had the opportunity to review that because that was requested by Mrs. Nash to be put on the agenda, and it is on there. So we will discuss that this evening, but it states currently, I believe, I'm not looking at it directly, but the superintendent in cooperation or collaboration with the board chair determines the agenda. I think, in my opinion, one of the things we're going to notice this evening is we've got a pretty heavy agenda, and we can certainly put as much as this board wishes to have on the agenda, and you also may change how things get on the agenda with this policy, but we've got a bunch of people up here with a lot of different ideas, and if we were to put everybody's 3 or 4 ideas on here, we would be here for a good long period of time.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mrs. Porter?
for clarification, are the items that are added or considered to be added to the agenda, should they be submitted in writing, or all of them should be submitted in writing?
That's what the policy actually states currently.
Okay.
The policy that we're working with states that they should be submitted in writing.
Is that for all board meetings, including special call board meetings?
That would be a good question for discussion. I cannot answer that question off the top of my head.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Board members, please vote. And the vote is 7 yes, 0, excuse me, I'm sorry. I need to get my glasses out. Thank you, Dr. Scott. It is 6 yes, 1 no, the motion carries. We will now move on to item 5.0, the consent agenda. And let me just take a moment to state to you all, there are only 6 people sitting up here. Thank you, Mrs. McFadden. Mr. Trapp is not feeling well, but he is participating telephonically with us. So that's why there are 7 people. Again, Mr. Trapp is participating over the telephone. Thank you. Moving on to this consent agenda, item 5.0. May I please have a motion regarding the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda for the January 10th, 2023 regular board meeting.
A motion has been made by Mrs. Washington to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. Washington and seconded by Mrs. McFadden. Is there any discussion? Since there's no discussion, I have one comment. Tonight, I will not be supporting the consent agenda from the standpoint that last night when reading it it was after the 24-hour notice, there's a sequential problem with the minutes of the meeting from the January 5th, 2026 board meeting that I did share with fellow board members and the superintendent. So I will not be supporting the consent agenda for this evening.
Did you call for discussion, Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes, I did call for discussion and nobody said anything, so I did.
Okay, I didn't
So
hear.
thank you. I'm calling for the vote now. Thank you.
Okay.
And the vote is 5 yes, 1 abstention, 1 no, so the motion carries. Item 6.1, public participation. Before we begin, I will remind our speakers that each person is limited to 3 minutes and that our meetings are streamed live and recorded. According to policy BEDH, comments from the public should not include gossip, defamatory words, or abusive and vulgar language. This policy also prohibits in public session any expression of personal complaints about individual school personnel or any other person connected with the school system. Specific student or personnel issues should be handled through the appropriate procedures as indicated in district policy. Questions asked during public participation typically will be referred to a staff member for response at a later time. Tonight, we will start off with Mark Hill. Mark Hill. All right, we will move on to, and forgive me, Quinola Brown.
Good evening. My name is Quinola Brown. I'm the proud parent of 3 Richland 2 students. Much has been made of the IG report released in November 2022. I encourage each of you in the public to read it for yourselves. Mrs. Agostini noted in the special call board meeting last week that the report would be made a priority and convened a committee to address findings and make recommendations regarding the report. More than 50% of the report's findings directly address the previous board. The fact that we are currently operating with the new board would seem to immediately mitigate half of the report. But because this report has been both demonized and weaponized, let's discuss its findings. All previous board members were identified as having been a bad actor at some point during the review period, but none more than current board member LaShonda McFadden. Page 43 of the report indicates that as of 10/20/2022, Mrs. McFadden is currently indebted to the district for $2,497.70. At a special call meeting, Mrs. McFadden advocated for the forgiveness of meal debt for district parents, knowing that she owed the school meal debt dating back to May 2017. By doing so, Mrs. McFadden potentially violated state ethics law. Mrs. McFadden failed to recuse herself from the special call meeting whose sole purpose was to address school meal debt in the district. Other violations include circumvention of internal controls, public confrontations, circumvention of FOIA through email communications. On last week, Ms. Agostini indicated that Mrs. McFadden would serve on a committee to adjust the IG report. This seems to be a direct conflict of interest. If the opinion of the IG was that Mrs. McFadden recused herself from the meeting to address school meal debt in light of her personal debt, would the IG not believe that she should recuse herself from this committee? But if Mrs. McFadden does not have the wherewithal to recuse herself and the board chair does not remove her immediately, don't we, the public, deserve to know if her debt has been paid? Many parents, such as myself, believe that our children are indeed receiving a quality public education here in Richland 2. No parent would leave their child inside a burning building. While we want oversight, fiscal responsibility, and transparency, we will not sit on the sidelines and watch others set afire an institution for personal objectives while our children burn as collateral damage. I will leave you with this conclusion of the IG report found on page 47. The SIG's analysis of the board's focus on academic and non-academic matters over the last 4 years identified only 14.2% of the board's agenda items were on academic matters. Regardless, the district delivered quality public education to more than 112,837 students over the 4-year period under review. This is where a unified board focused on academic achievement and supportive of the superintendent and district staff can have its greatest impact.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
To
Your
do
3
anything
minutes
else
has expired.
is a disservice
Thank
to
you.
the parents, taxpayers of this district.
Mrs. Brown,
Thank you.
thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ethan Lopez, please.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Scott.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the majority of your board was trying to get your attention. You had just read a statement about no names, so please stay focused and pay attention. and do a point of order when need be. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Scott. This says school personnel. In conversation with the IG, we are elected officials. Should members of the public like to address us, and I apologize to Mrs. McFadden, but we are elected officials. Our constituents should be able to address their concerns publicly with us. Ethan Lopez, please.
I do appreciate that. I'm glad that your mindset has changed, that you're sitting in a chair seat, because prior to that, you had an issue with it, but thank you.
No, actually, in fact, I did not. Thank you. Ethan Lopez. Ethan is not here. Neil Massencup, please.
Hello. It's nice to see all of you tonight. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen with the new board in place. But I'm going to go back to July 29th, 2021 at a board meeting that I spoke at previously. The board chair who was elected that night said, when you talk about leadership, your leadership should be people who can bring together and not divide. Your leadership should be people who are honest and don't have hidden agendas. We don't always have to agree, and we can agree to disagree. But what we cannot do is be divisive. And I agree completely, but we didn't see that leadership or that action because those were just words. And we need more than just words and empty platitudes. We need action. So let your actions, please, not your words, define your time as trustees. Work together and find solutions and hold people accountable. So I read through the IG report closely, multiple times. And I won't get into all the details the IG report contains of the pettiness that occurred with the previous board, but there are a few examples I think are worth mentioning for public to hear. Some board members in text groups called a community member captain of the redneck white supremacist army, referred to parents as racist, and disregarded parents and said that they do not need parents. Much of what's in the report was foolishness by board members who are no longer here. The community took action. They were held accountable, and as someone once said, elections have consequences. But the IG report gives you plenty to work with, and I want to highlight a few issues that I think are very important. Number one, graduation rates. R2 has seen a steady decline over 4 years, while South Carolina as a whole has seen a steady increase. That's not premier. The procurement process. R2 is the only school of the 25 largest districts that hasn't adopted the 2021 Model School District Procurement Code. Why is that? Perhaps adopting that code would discourage situations like the one involving Service Solutions, who was awarded a nearly $10 million a year contract after agreeing to give donations totaling $200,000 to R2 in the Premier 100 initiative. Some may call that a bribe. Who's being held accountable, and how do we prevent this in the future? Teacher retention and recruitment. Over the past 4 years, the district has paid almost $2.5 million in fees to third-party recruitment and placement firms rather than utilizing bonuses to retain and recruit teachers. By the way, these are quotes directly out of the IG report. Perhaps that's the price we pay to raise global citizens, but with 86 teacher vacancies in R2, according to the IG report, I think it would be better spent on recruiting the best teachers locally and retaining the teachers that we already have. And then the Richland School District 2 Foundation. Looks like it's been abused and needs serious oversight. I'll end with this quote from Mr. Manning from that same board meeting. It's not really about me or you. It's really about the 27,944 students. It's about the
Thank you, Mr.
300
Massencup.
employees.
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you so much.
I believe you guys have the desire and ability to take these dead words and bring them to life.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Oberly, please.
Has my time started yet?
I think they started as soon as you start
okay.
speaking.
Sorry. I should know that by now. Hello, good evening, everybody. I want to talk about a couple things. A couple board meetings ago, when I think it was the new board members' first meeting, I made a comment about how the role my wife and I play in our children's education and everything, and I pointed out how the schools have my daughters for 11% of their life through 18 years old, and they're 89% we have them. And I made a comment that I said, I am their teacher. And I do want to go home tonight peacefully, so I'm going to say my wife and I are their teachers. Okay. I'm saying on my own volition. I was not told to say that. My wife does not watch these meetings. She's got too much time spent doing her stuff and everything. It's not a lack of interest, just doesn't have the time. But I do want to go home tonight. So, point is, she is also one of their teachers. In fact, she's one of the best teachers in this district, I'll say, biased. Also, I would like to take some time to recognize the great teachers my daughters have had. People talk about how COVID has affected all these things with education. Well, really, the virus has not caused it. It's the reaction to it. It's what we did during COVID, which has caused these problems with education. So they've had some great teachers throughout the 5 years they've been in the school district so far. But also I'd like to recognize someone else. I'm going to violate the policy. Congratulations, Dr. Scott, for being nominated the Region 8 Director. That was a very outstanding thing for your part. One thing I wanted to point out, too, the data presented in a table at the last board meeting pointed out some numbers about how students are meeting standards. And what it did was it had 2018 school year through 2022, 3rd through 8th grade. And what was sort of incorrectly done is looked at 3rd grade from 18, 3rd grade 19, 3rd grade 20. Well, no, you got to take that 3rd grade class in 18. Now they're 4th grade in 19. They're in their 5th grade here. You got to follow that same class downward. So if you do that, I'll read the 2018 3rd grade. Get my phone back up. 78.5, 76.1, CV for COVID, 75.9, 72.2. It went downward. So I think that's a more factual way of looking at that data is taking the same group of kids through the progression. So that's basically what I want to point out is that when we look at data, let's look at it more critically and correctly and everything. But I just, like I said, I mainly tonight want to recognize the teachers that have been just phenomenal through all this. I pointed out when I was trying to get my daughters back in school, the impact of my daughters being at home, how it affected them negatively, especially my one. And the great teacher she's had is why she's where she's at now. She's back to pretty much grade level, and she wouldn't be that way without her great teachers. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oberle. Next up, Crystal Massencup.
Good evening, everyone. It's really nice to see you. I hope you're having a good day and good week. I came here to talk about really 3 things with the IG report, and I'll try to talk really quickly. The first thing I noticed immediately that there were no real SMART goals in the plan, and that just means specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. And I'm a business owner. My job is working with clients. If I don't have a strategic plan that has goals and they can measure it and it's achievable, realistic, and they have a time frame, it's not going to happen. So I think that would be high on the list to start working on that. I also saw in there a regard about a toolkit. I remember very specifically when this was brought up. It was brought up by the superintendent and senior staff, and it was used to denote that the public was using it to disrupt school board meetings. And that we're just being met with divisiveness and really aggression because the IG report stated that, yes, this was valid, First Amendment right, and a great way to be responsible parents. And so if we are met that way, how can we be met with just feeling like we have a voice? So that's that. And then I just want to say the governor and inspector general investigation is the first of its kind. It has shown holes in planning, accountability, transparency, and more importantly, it's given us an opportunity. Richland 2 School Board can set the standard so that stakeholders are a priority and special interest groups are not setting policy and not taking over any other districts. I feel certain this is not going to be the last investigation. It's not only the first for our district, this is the first for our state. So this is huge, and we should look at it that way and really look at it as a way to shine. Because I have no doubt that we can do that, right? So we take it as a positive spin and we move on and make it better. So I could talk on and on, but I won't. I'm going to leave it right there. I'm praying for you guys. I really am hopeful with change. Everybody makes mistakes. Miss LaShonda, everybody makes mistakes. Where no one is perfect. There's only one person that was ever perfect. So we just got to keep on moving, all right? Thank you very much. I hope you have a great night.
Thank you, Mrs. Massencup. Next up, Burnett Gallman.
Greetings. I'm here because I've been following the board from having lived in District 2 and having had my daughter be educated in District 2. I take a keen interest in the education of our youth. I work with youth also. I've heard words here used, divisive, and so forth. What I'd like to do, though, is to urge this new board to please work with your superintendent. Dr. Davis is a very innovative, honorable, decent man of high integrity, and I really think that with the support of the board, that Richland 2 can reach heights that we've never even imagined. He's a jewel. We need to support him, and thank you very much for this time.
Thank you, Mr. Gallman. And our last speaker in public participation this evening is Diane Williams.
Good evening. As a retired project manager, my concern is always about time, resource, and cost. And also at this stage of my life, when you reach this stage, you think differently and you act differently. You become more concerned about the children, our future. When we enter this different stage in our life, we ponder, if I enter a hospital or a rehab center, will they care for me like I've always cared for others, compassionately? We become more concerned about the children, our future, when you reach this stage in life as I have reached. Today, I'm very concerned about the direction of our board. I thought with the new year coming in, it would be different. I have a grave concern about calling a special board meeting, which lasts for over 4 hours, and on personal issues, not issues involving a better life for our children, our future. As I said, we become more concerned when you reach this stage in life about the children, our future. Just know that we as members, taxpayers, business owners, children who were educated in this school system, homeowners, we're watching everything that you're doing, and we are very concerned. We are not happy with the actions we see occurring here at the board meetings. So as you go forward, I'm hoping for a better board out of this district so that we can continue to work on those things that concern the children, our future, especially my future. I'm concerned about it. So please try and work together. You got a great superintendent. I could see if we had someone involved stealing monies, doing inappropriate things, but I've only seen great concern. out of this young man for the students in this district, not only the students, but the teachers and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Moving on to item 7.0, voting on executive session items. Item 7.1, may I please have a motion regarding item 7.1, student admission request into the adult education program?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Scott.
I move to approve the student admission request into the adult education program for students 1 through 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Dr. Scott and seconded by Mrs. McFadden to admit students 1 through 4 into the adult education program. Is there any discussion?
The motion is correct.
Thank you. Board members, please vote. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The motion carries. Item 7.2, student appeals. May I please have a motion regarding student appeals?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden.
I move to grant the appeal to send student 1 to Blythewood Academy.
The motion has been made to send student number 1 to Blythewood Academy. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. McFadden and seconded by Dr. Scott to send student number 1 to Blythewood Academy. Is there any discussion? Board members, please vote. And the vote is 6 yes, 1 no. The motion carries. May I have a motion for student number 2?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden.
I move to deny the appeal and uphold the administration's recommendation.
The motion has been made by Mrs. McFadden. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. McFadden and seconded by Mrs. Nash to deny student number 2's appeal. Is there any discussion? And the motion is correct. Board members, please vote. And the vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The motion carries. May I have a motion for student number 3?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden.
I move to grant the appeal and send the student to Blythewood Academy.
Excuse me, Mrs. McFadden, you want to send the student to Blythewood Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that would not be grant the appeal. I think you would like to state, you move to send the student to Blythewood Academy. My understanding for student number 3 is that they are appealing the expulsion. Is that not correct? So the motion, if you don't grant the appeal, what you do is you instead make the motion to move the student to Blythewood Academy. So could you make that motion? I move to send student number 3 to Blythewood Academy would be. You will be doing that by sending them to Blythewood Academy. They won't be expelled. When you make that motion, they won't be expelled. No.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden,
I would like to send the student to Blythewood Academy.
could you make that a motion?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden,
I would like to move to send the student to Blythewood Academy, student number 3.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. McFadden and seconded by Mrs. Porter to send student number 3 to Blythewood Academy. Is there any discussion? Board members, the motion is correct. Please vote. And the vote is 6 yes, 1 no. The motion carries. Do I have a motion for student number 4?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden,
I move to deny the appeal.
is there a second? Is there a second for?
Second.
Is that Mrs. Porter?
Yes.
So Mrs. McFadden has made the motion, and it has been seconded by Mrs. Porter to deny the appeal. Is there any discussion? Board members, please vote. And the motion carries. There are there are 5 yeses and 2 nos. Moving on to item 7.3, breach of contracts. May I have a motion regarding breach of contracts?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Porter,
I move that we direct the administration to not breach employees numbers 1, 3, and 4.
is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. Porter and seconded by Mrs. Dash to not breach the teachers 1, 3, and 4. Is there any discussion? The motion is correct. Board members, please vote.
And Madam Chair, I have a secondary motion as well.
Mrs. Nash, or excuse me, Mrs. Porter. Well, we've just called the vote on those, so.
Okay.
The motion passes 7 yes, 0 no. May I have An additional motion for employee number 2.
I move that we make a formal complaint to the State Board of Education regarding employees numbers 2 and 5.
I'm going to ask that you break those up, please.
Okay. I move that we make a formal complaint to the State Board of Education regarding employee number 2 who breached their employment contract with the district.
Thank you, Mrs. Porter. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. Porter and seconded by Dr. Scott. Is there any discussion? And the motion is correct. Board members, please vote. And the motion carries. There are 7 yes and 0 no's. And for employee number 5,
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Porter.
I move that we make a formal complaint to the State Board of Education regarding employee number 5 who breached their employment contract with the district.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. Porter and seconded by Dr. Scott. Is there any discussion? Board members, please vote. And I apologize, you all, I did not bring my glasses, but the motion does carry. There are 4 yeses and 3 noes. Item 7.4, may I please have a motion regarding employment recommendations and certified releases?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the employment recommendations and certified releases.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Mrs. Washington and seconded by Mrs. McFadden. Is there any discussion? And the motion is correct. Board members, please vote. And the vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The motion carries. New business 8.1. We will now move on to 8.1, the board meeting calendar for 2023. May I please have a motion regarding the board meeting calendar?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden.
I would like to make a motion that we add February the 14th, 2023, regularly scheduled meeting back to the calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. McFadden and seconded by Mrs. Nash to add the February 14th general board meeting back to the calendar. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that was a couple of people at the same
Yes,
time. I
go-
think, was it
go
Mrs.
ahead.
Nash first? Go ahead, Mrs. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, that is not what I meant to do for that one. So can I rescind that?
No, actually, since the only thing
Right,
that can be
okay.
rescinded
I just
is
wanted to make sure that, yeah.
withdrawing we can still have the discussion.
Okay,
You don't have to
perfect.
vote to
Okay.
support it. When you
Sounds good.
second a motion, it doesn't necessarily mean that you agree. It means that you want to discuss.
Yes, okay, perfect.
So
Yes,
then
I
it's
would like to
open for
discuss.
discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Okay, Mrs. Porter, yes.
I'd just like to state for the record, we have a conference during that weekend, I believe, for SC.
The conference starts on Thursday, the 16th, which is not uncommon for, you'll start finding out when we have conferences. You'll either be going to a conference or coming home from a conference a day or two later often.
Okay, I thought that the orientation took place on that day. I may be incorrect.
It's on Thursday. This board meeting that she's asking is a typical board meeting. Our board meetings are regularly Tuesdays, the second and the fourth Tuesday of the month. So she's asking to have the Tuesday meeting, February 14th. The National School Board, or the South Carolina School Boards Association starts your new member orientation, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I am quite certain it starts on the 16th, which is a Thursday.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Scott.
I guess my question would be, and I'll address it to you for you to address it to Mrs. McFadden. She's requesting that we move back to the 14th, our original school board meeting date, but is she also requesting that we withdraw the board meeting for February 3rd? Because we're scheduled to have two board meetings, February 3rd and February 28th. She's now adding February 14th. So is February 14th in place of February 3rd board meeting, or is she requesting to add the third board meeting for February?
And Dr. Scott, I will let Mrs. McFadden respond to that, but the motion that she made was just to add that. So if she wants to remove it, then there would need to be, after we vote on this vote, then we would need to vote on to remove it, if that is her intent.
Right,
Or
but
the
I'm
wish of the
asking
board.
her for
Okay.
clarification because maybe she meant to do that, so I need clarification on that.
Mrs. McFadden?
Yes, ma'am. So, no, my intent is not to withdraw the February 3rd meeting. That is our winter retreat. I do believe we need to have that, and there's an agenda for that. But I also think that we need to meet on February the 14th. There is a lot of things that we've said that we wanted to do and get done. So I just think that the more meetings that we have on our calendar, the better. Instead of calling special called board meetings, we could maybe fill in those days that are already typical for us to attend.
Madam Chair, if I can add to that, Ms. McFadden, are you aware that after the retreat, we have a scheduled board meeting for that day already?
On what day?
So,
On February,
okay,
on
so-
February 3rd, we have a retreat for early morning. And then that afternoon, we already have a scheduled board meeting. So what you're asking is just to remove the board meeting from February 3rd to place it on February 14th.
My apologies, I was not aware of
So,
that.
Yes.
Dr. Scott, let me clarify. The information that I sent to you and Mrs. Nash was in response to, as board officers, a draft agenda that Dr. Davis had sent to me. I, in response to him, CC'd both of you as members of the board. The agenda has not gone out yet because there has been, concerns from different board members not being available and different issues. So the whole board, I don't believe, has seen the draft agenda that you two had seen.
Madam Chair.
Well, let me address this, if you don't mind, Mrs. Porter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Well, actually, Dr. Davis has already sent us information concerning a retreat and then later board meeting, correct, Dr. Davis?
Correct.
Yes.
If I could just have Madam Chair, may I have
Yeah.
a moment?
Yes, Dr. Davis.
Just from a technical standpoint, just to remind the board, and there's no disrespect to Mrs. McFadden, the motion is out of order. The motion right now should be to whether or not to approve the calendar. in addition to approving the calendar, she can make a motion to approve the calendar and with the addition of the February 14th board meeting be added back, because that's not on, if I'm not mistaken, it's not on the proposed calendar now. To simply make a motion of adding a date without first approving the calendar is a little out of order.
No,
And then- okay,
excuse
yes, ma'am.
me, you're actually out of order. She can amend this calendar before the board approves it. If the board approves it, then she can't amend it. She could offer a secondary motion if somebody made a motion to approve it, but you can offer or ask to amend something before it is actually approved. And that would be why we need a parliamentarian here. But so we're going to go with the motion that Mrs. McFadden has made initially, and then we can go from there.
To answer Dr. Scott's question, in the proposed agenda that I shared, to address Ms. McFadden's concern, I separated a proposal of having a board retreat and then having a board meeting later that afternoon so that we can still have the business of the board done without adding the February 14th meeting back to the board agenda, back to the board's calendar. That's just a response to answering Dr. Scott's question.
Mrs. Porter, did you have something to say?
Yes, since we are not approving the calendar first, may I make a secondary motion to amend the calendar by including February 21st as a board meeting and not February 14th?
Let's stick with, no, because you're wanting to change her motion if you want to remove the February 14th. So you can do that afterwards, but right now the motion.
As a secondary motion, though.
No, because what it's doing is changing her motion. You could add on and something and February 21st, but you can't change her motion. Now, if her motion fails and you would like to offer that, you may do that.
I thought that.
You're changing the motion. You're striking her day. We need to vote on her day first.
Okay.
And then if that doesn't pass, you could offer your February 21st. And I too would like to see the February 14th meeting added back to the agenda. I will just make that statement. When we voted, the board voted, I believe it was in September of 2022, some of my fellow colleagues who were on the board with me at that time expressed the concern about changing the date. And one of my biggest concerns was that we had regular business that we needed to attend to. And the reply basically or essentially was that since we were meeting on February 3rd, there was no need to take care of that we would be all set. Now we have put in on the February 3rd meeting general information like student appeals and hiring because that is business that does need to take care of.
Madam
Is
Chair.
there any more discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mrs. Porter.
May I have clarification on what specific business needed to be taken care of specifically on February 14th that couldn't be taken care of on another day? I feel like I'm out of the loop, like there was something discussed.
So, just standard procedures, student appeals, the admissions into adult education, the hiring, breach of contracts, all of that information, all of those things that we have coming up repeatedly. If we do it on February, we could do it on February 3rd. That is generally not the point of a board retreat. A board retreat is to, not carry on the standard business. We're actually having to now stay after the retreat to have a meeting because this meeting on February 14th was canceled.
So that we could do everything all in one day and use less resources?
No, there was no intent initially to have normal business conducted at the February 3rd meeting. It was just to be a board retreat.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
Mrs. McFadden.
I would just like to say that we have meetings and they're standard every second and fourth Tuesday. The public knows that. We know that. And I think that we need to start sticking to the plan unless it's a holiday, Christmas, something like that. But to change it because this person can't be here or because we want to shift it, I think we need to stick to the plan. Every second and fourth Tuesday have our meetings, and then do the special called meetings or any other meetings that we need to with that 48-hour time frame. That's my suggestion. My motion is that I would like to make that motion to add the February 14th, 2023 regularly scheduled board meeting back to the calendar.
Is there any more discussion? Board members, please vote.
Madam Chair,
We've called the vote, Dr. Scott. And the motion carries. There are 5 yeses and 2 nos. Now, with the amended board meeting schedule, do I have is there another motion regarding the schedule of meetings?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Scott.
I would like to make a motion that we remove the school board meeting scheduled for February 3rd off of the calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Dr. Scott and seconded by Mrs. Nash to remove the February 3rd winter retreat. Is there any discussion?
Not winter retreat.
Oh.
To keep the retreat, but remove the...
Excuse me, okay, so forgive me, thank you for clarifying that. So they're asking to remove the business part from the draft agenda, that it just not be included.
I don't think it.
No, it's...
Okay, so we'll
So-
keep it, yeah, so then we're good if we want to keep the February 3rd date.
Yes.
All right, since we're having the 14th meeting, that won't be necessary. Thank you. So
Well, I cannot approve the calendar as is because the calendar actually has the February 3rd, but it has the winter retreat. So yes, I will go ahead and make a motion that I approve the calendar as written.
with the amendment of having the February 14th meeting.
We've
Okay.
already voted on that.
Yes, all right. Thank you. Just to clarify, is there a second?
Second.
So a motion has been made by Dr. Scott and seconded by Mrs. McFadden to approve the calendar with the added February 14th amendment. Is there any discussion? With no discussion? Is that, I'd like to make a motion. We need the new motion posted. I'm sorry, we can't vote yet.
Wait 1 second. Let me take a look at that. Because I think, may I see that motion? Because, wait.
Madam Chair?
That,
Mrs.
my motion is not up there because I need to see my motion because my motion is I want to remove February 3rd off the calendar altogether.
Okay, so that has been confusing because initially you said the business portion only. Do you want the winter retreat, the whole February 3rd meeting removed?
Yes, because I would like for us as a board as a whole to come up with a winter retreat date. So my
Well-
motion is to remove February 3rd altogether and just go ahead and add February 14th to the calendar.
Madam Chair,
Was that Mrs. Washington?
yes, at the bottom of this document, it states, these dates are subject to change. The schedule of meeting times, dates, and location is emailed to the news media. So can we leave the calendar as is? And if we decide on a later date, because we have the right to change it, and that notice is down there, then we can decide on a later date. But I would rather us have the retreat on the calendar and keep it as is, and if it has to change, then we notify the public accordingly. Thank you.
And I'm going to be honest with the public. At this point, I'm lost in what the motion was from Dr. Scott, because initially when asked if she wanted to remove it, she did not, just the business portion, and now that. And so, again, I guess this would be where I would personally benefit from having a parliamentarian here to guide me through this.
Madam
So,
Chair.
at this point, we will.
I would like to keep my motion as
Okay.
written.
And we will vote on this motion, and if it doesn't pass, then at this point, is there any discussion? Because, any additional discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mrs. Nash?
I just want to make sure that we're talking about the February 3rd winter retreat.
It says,
or just-
I would like to make a motion
Okay.
to remove the February 3rd, 2023 winter retreat and approve the calendar with the added February 14th, 2023 regularly scheduled board meeting amendment.
Okay, I just wanted to say that, I think I emailed everyone, I won't be able to attend on the 3rd. Ideally, I would love for us to be able to do a day when all of us are able to be there so that we all get the benefits of the education as new board members. But I totally understand if you guys have to carry on.
Thank you. Dr. Davis.
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. And based off the spirit of Mrs. Nash sharing that she won't be able to attend the February 3rd retreat, I've also shared with you in writing that I will not be able to attend the February 14th board meeting, as that meeting had been rescheduled. I accepted the opportunity to attend the National Superintendent's Conference, where I'll be receiving my national certification from AASA, as well as presenting in 2 presentations. So I will be out during that time for those, since I accept those engagements once our board schedule was changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Porter.
would now be an appropriate time to make a secondary motion to put February 21st on the calendar to meet the needs of both members?
You could make a secondary motion where you would say that you would like to change the February 14th meeting to the February 21st meeting. That's a main motion up there, so what she can do is say, strike the February 14th as a secondary motion. The only thing that we'd be voting on is changing right now February 14th to February 21st.
But we haven't voted on the motion that I have.
No, okay, your motion right now, Dr. Scott, is a main motion. It's a primary. She can offer a secondary motion
Okay.
to your primary motion. So the only thing that we'll vote on is to change February 14th to the 21st. Is there any discussion there? Or is there a second let me ask, is there a second for Mrs. Porter's motion? Once again, is there a second for Mrs. Porter's motion?
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made, a secondary motion to change the February 14th date to February 21st. The motion has been made by Mrs. Porter and seconded by Mrs. Washington. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, may I please say something?
Yes, Mrs. Washington.
I want us to be very cognizant of the time frame that we spend on voting on a calendar when we have an entire list of other things that we need to approve. And so if we can just be mindful of that, and if we can't come to a consensus, then let's move on so that we don't have the public here and that we can get through our agenda. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, let's vote on the secondary motion. It's been posted properly that the motion to change the February 14th meeting to February 21st. The motion fails. The vote is 3 yes, 4 no. So Dr. Scott's, so that motion does not carry, the secondary motion. Now we will go back to the main motion of Dr. Scott's to approve the calendar, or to remove the February 3rd from the winter retreat and to add February 14th. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Porter.
I move to table the discussion.
Madam Chair, call for the vote.
I don't believe that you can table the discussion at this point. Yeah, well, no, she asked to table the discussion prior to that. I'm going to call the vote. And Mrs. Porter, if I'm wrong, please provide me with the information. I'd really appreciate it from Robert's Rules of Orders that you can table the vote. Thank you. Excuse me, the motion carries. There are 4 yes and 3 noes. Moving on to new business, no action required. Item 9.1, Richland 2 highlights. Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Richland 2 has 4 core values: learning, character, community, and joy. The district highlights are organized around the core values and provide a glance at some of our many successes and opportunities in these areas. And I will begin tonight's highlights with learning, the cornerstone of what we do. Blythewood Middle School is celebrating its redesignation as a national school to watch, and since earning the distinction initially in 2008, Blythewood Middle continues to impress the National Forum to accelerate middle grades reform. It's been redesignated as a national school to watch for the 5th time. The National Forum Schools to Watch program seeks to identify and honor middle schools that are academically excellent, developmentally responsive, socially equitable, organized and structured for continuous improvement, and are exemplars of the implementation of the National Forum Schools to Watch criteria. School leaders will be recognized in March at the annual conference of the South Carolina Association of Middle Level Educators in Myrtle Beach, and will be presented with the award this summer at the National Schools to Watch conference in Washington, D.C. Parents of our pre-K children, applications for the Richland 2 Center for Child Development 4K program will be available next month. Because space is limited, parents who are interested in applying should start familiarizing themselves with the application process. Applications will be accepted February the 1st through March 31st. Visit the Richland 2 website for more information. Now is the time to apply for Richland 2's choice. Parents and students have until Wednesday, January 25th at 5 p.m. to apply for Richland 2's choice, which includes magnets. Expanded choice and the R2i school applications are online at richland2.org/choice. The character portion of my report highlights the charitable giving to families during the holidays. Throughout the holiday seasons and all year, our students learn valuable leadership and service skills and valuable character traits through charitable giving. Each year, students at all five district high schools, in collaboration with elementary, middle schools, lead school-wide service projects. And these projects are designed to encourage students to explore, understand, and address the needs within the community. This year, the schools collected 13,600 non-perishable food items, 52,567 meals, $20,029.02 in monetary donations, 2,301 toiletry items, 1,304 pairs of socks, 1,262 children books, 412 children's toys, 400 homeless outreach bags, 100 blankets, 75 dog toys, 71 pints of blood, 65 washcloths, and 57 scarves. Schools also adopted 68 families and collected 1,190 items for Palmetto Lifeline, 680 items for Homeless No More, 283 gifts for children at Palmetto Health Children's Hospital, and 180 tote bags for South Carolina Youth Advocate. Various organizations in the community received the donations, including the ones previously mentioned, and the American Red Cross, Sister Care, Make-A-Wish Foundation, Richland County School Resource Officers, Operation Christmas Spirit, and Families Helping Families. Richland 2 employees at the district office also contributed by filling holiday wish lists for 15 families in the district. In the area of community, our new poet laureate of the city of Columbia is none other than Jennifer Bartell Boykin. Boykin is in her 8th year as an English teacher at Spring Valley High School. As Columbia's poet laureate, she plans to bring a poetry festival to the city and create an event remembering people who have died by gun violence and promoting nonviolence. She is only the second person to hold the honorable position. Boykin plans to continue some of the projects started by her predecessor, including Poems on the Comet, which puts poetry on city buses, and rain poetry that is spray painted on sidewalks, stays invisible on dry concrete, and gets lighter when wet. Boykin teaches creative writing, advanced writing workshops, and English 101 at Spring Valley High School and dual enrollment through Midlands Tech. She is also the sponsor of Spring Valley's Poetry Club, WORD, WORD, which stands for Write, Organize, Read, and Dream. Registration for the Premier 100 Conference is open. The Premier 100 Conference will be February 10th and 11th. Friday's night's keynote speaker is Principal Kalefe, a highly regarded urban educator, master teacher, and transformational school leader from New Jersey. The Premier 100 Conference serves as an answer to the call of strategically recruiting and retaining minority male teachers. Less than 2% of teachers nationwide are minority males. This public event is open to all. And some joy. In January is School Board Appreciation Month, which will recognize our school board members with a dinner prior to the next regular scheduled board meeting on January the 24th. For the 35th consecutive year, the Business Service Department of Richland 2 has been awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. The Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada announced recently that the district's annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021 qualified Richland 2 for the certificate. The Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting. And finally, Richland 2 will observe Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, Monday, January the 16th. All schools and administrative offices will be closed in honor of the civil rights activist and Nobel Peace Prize recipient. And that concludes our Richland 2 highlights.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Board members, are there any questions or comments regarding the highlights?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mrs. Washington.
This is for Dr. Davis. What was the name of the organization that recognized the district for financial excellence?
That is the that is the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada.
Board members, any other questions, comments? Thank you, Dr. Davis. Moving on to item 9.2, review policy BD, organization of the board. Dr. Davis?
Madam Chair, administration has provided the board with copies of the board organization at the request of items to be added to the agenda. Administration has no recommendation for this policy, but it is open for the board for discussion.
Madam Chair?
Mrs. McFadden?
I don't know who requested it, but I did look at it, and I do have a suggestion.
Mrs. McFadden?
So with the past two elections that we've had people that were rolling off in June or in December. So I was thinking that instead of having the officers selected at the last meeting in June, that we could do it at the first meeting, at the end of the first meeting in January, starting off the beginning of the year. That will be after every election every 2 years. That is a discussion that we'd had in the past.
So would you like to make a motion to amend the current policy?
Yes, I will. Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden?
I would like to make a motion to amend policy BD, organization of the board, for the second line to read, the officers are elected and sworn in annually at the first meeting of the board in January.
Is there a second? Is there a second for
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. McFadden and seconded by Dr. Scott to amend the policy to strike the last meeting of the board in June and to add the first meeting of the board in January. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Is that Mrs. Porter?
Yes, ma'am. This is just for discussion, correct, as it needs to be read twice?
So how a policy works, today it's just, we're discussing. We have to come back and have a final vote. There have to be 2 readings of a policy. So what she's right now doing is amending a policy so that we can come back. We'll have to vote on the change and then vote on it again so that the public has the opportunity to see the amended policy. So,
Madam Chair?
yes, Mrs. Porter.
So with this being the case, if there is an election, who would be the officers between November and January if we're postponing that?
If this is changed currently, it's going to be, well, potentially, for example, this year we had to have a special election. There was no
Okay.
intent on having one. That's what would be happening if nobody came back.
Okay, I see.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Scott?
Dr. Davis, would you like to explain why we should
Thank you,
go
Dr.
this
Scott.
direction?
Yes, ma'am. My recommendation would be to the board, if you make a change to this, it would either need to be, there would be a couple of things that would need to take place. One, you wouldn't seat board members until January, which I don't think is the palate of the board. And if not, my recommendation would be for the board to consider to make it the meeting in November, following the election, to clearly state that's when you would put the officers in place. When you do the officers in the beginning of June, this was changed to run with the fiscal year. It probably should not run with the fiscal year. It should run with the calendar year, which is where your board meetings are laid out, based on the calendar year from January to December.
Madam Chair?
Mrs. McFadden?
In light of that, I do understand, I can back that up. My intent was to start the year off with new officers that run all year. So I can amend my motion.
No, so you've already made your motion. You can withdraw your motion, but you can't amend your motion.
Can I withdraw a motion and make another motion?
You can withdraw your motion, yes. Then we're going to start back over again.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious.
Yeah. So is that your intent to withdraw your motion, or do you want to stick with your motion and your amendment to this policy?
I want to withdraw that motion.
Okay. Any other further discussion? If somebody else would like that to be added in there, then they are more than welcome to make that motion. Otherwise, we will just stay with the policy as is.
Madam Chair, my interest is to change it.
Go ahead. Now you can, since you withdrew your motion, you can make a new motion.
Okay, yes. I would like to make the motion for policy B, the organization of the board, for the officers elected and sworn in annually in the last meeting of November. It would be after the elections.
Is there a second? The motion has been made by Mrs. McFadden to swear, or to strike the last meeting, board meeting of June and change the wording to November. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, moving on. Item 9.3, policy BEDB, board agenda. Dr. Davis, any comments?
Madam Chair, the administration has placed this agenda item, this policy on the agenda for discussion at the request of board members. There's no recommendation from district administration.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Board members, discussion?
Yes, I think that, do we need to have the policy there so that people know what it is, or?
Asked to be recognized
sorry.
first, Mrs. Nash. Yes,
Madam
Mrs.
Chair?
Nash.
Yes, do we need to have the policy or read it so people know what we're talking about, or?
So the
it's fine? Okay,
policy
there it is.
sits
Okay.
right up there
Okay,
on the big
perfect.
screens.
Got it. Just, it wasn't there a second ago.
Oh,
So I
okay,
wanted to make sure
thanks.
that they could see what we were discussing. Okay, so, yeah, I had some thoughts on this. I think one of the things that we have kind of discussed, that I've sent in an email or had discussions about in an email, is that I think that this policy doesn't allow for a more democratic process with there being 7 board members. I think that we should have at least, say, a vice chair, board chair, and the superintendent in collaboration to come up with the board agenda so that we can make sure that everyone gets something on that agenda and have those things prioritized. When you have 3 people versus just 2 people, you always think about in the future, not just where the seats are now, but in the future. And I think that would cause, keep down a lot of confusion. But I also think putting in there something where if your item is not on the agenda, that you are notified why that item is not on the agenda and possibly when it'll appear on the agenda, so that there's transparency and that we'll have a more cohesive board because there will be understanding of why that may have not made it then, but maybe there's like a suggestion of when it would be.
Thank you, Mrs. Nash. I do have a question for Dr. Davis. If there were 3 people with the superintendent making a meeting, would that be considered a committee meeting, and would we have to notify the public?
I would have to research that to determine whether or not that would be a committee meeting. It could very well constitute a committee meeting, but I think in order for it to constitute a committee meeting, you would have to name it as a committee for it to be a committee meeting.
Okay.
So I don't believe so, but I'm not sure. So I'm going to say I'm not sure if that would constitute a committee meeting. I know it fails to constitute a quorum.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Porter.
there's a line in paragraph 2 at the bottom. It states, "The final agenda must be approved by the board." I'm just now realizing that that's there because I don't recall, well, maybe this is what we do during our meetings, but I'm wondering if perhaps we could say.
That is correct. That's when we approve the board agenda for the meeting, that
Okay.
is the final agenda for the meeting.
So is there something we could put in place maybe where the board can vote on agenda items to make it more democratic?
I will offer a suggestion. We had tried to do this a couple of years ago. You can put an amendment that, for example, if the board majority, and it was a practice but not policy, for those that have, paid attention to our boards, and that was an issue for me and why I often did not vote to approve the board agenda, because it was a practice and not in policy. But we could write in policy that if the board majority votes to approve an agenda item at the meeting, then it would go on the agenda. For example, the following meeting, or sometimes you'll realize, and tonight, I would not be surprised, this will probably be a late meeting because of all of these items that board members wanted to have included, but you're going to start to learn that maybe we don't want to load up the next, like that we need to pace ourselves. We can stack the meetings and stay here till midnight, But at some point, yeah, so we could add it, or you could even vote to add it for a future meeting, is what I'm trying to say. But we could write that into policy as a way to get agenda items, or items on the agenda.
Same with limiting items for an agenda, like the amount of, correct?
Well, a way to limit an item being presented on the agenda is when you make a motion to approve the agenda, ask to remove an item from the agenda.
No, I'm saying like the amount of agenda items being submitted at once so that we don't have 15 items to go over in a meeting. Perhaps you could limit it in saying for each board meeting, there's only going to be up to 8. And then the suggested items or the requested items be moved on to the next board meeting.
Well, and I appreciate that, but here's where the problem lies. I've heard from several of my colleagues sitting up here, their disappointment that their items didn't get put on the agenda. So at what point do I pick and choose whose gets on and whose does not? That's a, predicament that we sit in as we're trying to write the agenda and prioritize, what goes onto the agenda and what does not.
Madam Chair?
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Nash.
Okay. I think what Ms. Porter was saying is if there's a way that we could, and I think I may have even kind of played around with this idea as well, is that we say, hey, there's 7 of us, and we would like to submit 7 items, and then we vote on those 7 items and say that we will only choose 3. We can say that, set the limit to 3 items per agenda meeting.
3 items suggested by a board member?
Yes, correct. No, I'm saying 7, we have 7 members, so 7 members of the board bring an idea, an agenda item that they would like to have on the agenda, and then we vote on those items, and then we pick the top 3. We vote on whatever the top 3 are, if that is possible.
But
I
how do
think
you
that's the way we've
ensure
done that in the past.
that the same 3 people don't get voted every
Yeah,
time?
that's exactly what I was thinking, because we've done that in the past. and
Mrs.
so-
McFadden, please recognize
Oh,
the
sorry,
board chair, and
Madam-
then I'd like to hear what you have to share.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mrs. McFadden.
I would like to address Ms. Nash and Ms. Porter. That is how we did in the past, so if someone wanted to bring a policy, like last year, I brought this same policy, BEDB, to be read, to go through, and we had 4 members who did not vote for it, so we weren't able to get it on the agenda. So with that, with the way that you're asking, that's what's happened in the past. So if 4 people say that they don't want it on there, it doesn't ever get on there. So a suggestion could be that we rotate. If, everyone gets to pull one agenda item, 4 people go one week, 3 people go next, or the next meeting, the next 4 and the next 4 that way, because what I might think is important as a policy may not even cross your minds, and vice versa. So that way everyone has their say on what gets put on the agenda, because it might open up a door where I may not have even thought about something that you're thinking about, but when you bring that policy, I might say, well, wait a minute, I agree with that, or I don't agree, that kind of thing. But every person has an opportunity to bring something that's of interest to them.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mrs. Nash.
I think that we're onto something with what you just said. I think my concern is I just want everybody to be able to have like some of the items that they want prioritized. That's really what I would like to see happen with this. So I think that's a great idea, a rotating schedule. I don't know how or where we start with. Maybe it's birthdays. I don't know. Whatever the most diplomatic way to do that is, I think that's a great idea.
At the same time, if we do it that way and we don't communicate openly, we may not hear everyone's items at once to know really what's most important. Like I may suggest 3 things, but I have to admit all my 3 things might not be the most important, but how would I know if I don't know what everyone is suggesting? It's happened already where people have raised questions to the board chair only, and I didn't know about it. But perhaps if you included someone in the conversation, then they might say, oh, that is very important, and put theirs to the side and say, yeah, I do want to talk about it. So some way where we could do it where it's done openly.
Madam Chair?
Well, and that could be reserved, again, for the end of the board meeting, or toward the end when we discuss the draft agenda for the next meeting. Then, for example, tonight, I will ask, I did not do it December 13th for the sake of time, but the routine practice would be asking what every board member wants added to the agenda. Now, the problem lies in who prioritizes and how. And while you're saying rotate it, who's to say that something is not more important? Who's going to identify what's more important? And are we going to pull it out of a hat? I think that's not good policy. So perhaps I'm not understanding, but yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mrs. Porter.
The only problem with that is we need to do one or the other, because we've already stated, and for example, committees at a board meeting, at the end, it's never graced the presence of an agenda. And then there's some things that grace the presence of an agenda that was submitted, I'm assuming, electronically to you. So there's two different ways to submit things for the agenda. Maybe we should only select one.
Madam
Well,
Chair?
that would be the will of the board, and you all have this policy. Bring to the board your amendments to make this work for the board, and then we would have a board vote. You can offer amendments today, should you wish.
Madam Chair, I think, just Ms. Porter, I think that it had said in the policy somewhere that we're supposed to submit it. I know that there were some that we submitted definitely at the end, but then it says that we were supposed to submit it in a timely manner to the, 3 business days is so electronically.
Correct. That's how the current board policy reads.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden.
I do have a suggestion for a motion, but I want to put it out there first and then take a motion. Is that okay?
You can offer an idea and ask people what they think. We're still in
Okay.
discussion.
For one, is that the ones that we suggest can get put on the, or we request can get put on the agenda eventually. And we already have our full calendar. So some of us, we could say, well, it's not that crucial. Here's my list, and, put it where you feel is necessary. And like Ms. Porter said, if there's something pressing, those can go first, and then be willing within 3 days before the meeting to say, hey, if someone comes to you and says, hey, I think this is really important, would you be willing to switch? But at least for those, all of the items and policies that we are of interest, that we have an interest in right now, we have a calendar. We can have a workshop and put those on a calendar somewhere, so everyone feels confident that their policy made it on there somewhere. You might have one that's next board meeting, but your second one might not be until the end of the year, but at least it's on there. So my suggestion would be that all of the ones that we request as board members are put on an agenda somewhere. Some of the things that we can take out, a lot of times that we're spent doing are presentations from staff. We can have those presentations given to us, and we can go through it. And if we have questions, then we can address those if necessary. But a lot of our board meetings are spent with presentations, so we'll have more time to discuss those individual items and policies that we as board members want to address. And if there's presentations like what Dr. Davis's staff does, then we can have a board retreat, and each one of them can do their presentation that they do quarterly or something like that, and save the board meetings for board policies and board items that we want to address.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Washington.
may I please suggest that when we are building our board agenda, that we begin to consider, is there another way, as Ms. McFadden said, that we can receive this information so that our board meetings are not long? And also, may I please suggest that we keep our board meetings student-centered, student-focused?
Thank you, Mrs. Washington. What I have to offer right now is the discussion that we're having, I feel would have been or better suited for a board workshop so that we could sit down and work through what we're talking about. And then also talk about our priorities, as Ms. McFadden is suggesting, to sort of line it up. Does anybody have any amendment that they would like to make to this policy as it stands right now? Oh, Dr. Davis, thank you.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Madam Chair. Of course, I don't offer an amendment, but I can I can offer an consideration while you debate or deliberate and what you want to do. And I think Dr. Scott probably does remember this, to go to the point of a couple board members. There was a time where we didn't do as many presentations. The staff would just simply come to the podium and say, "You've received my report. Are there any questions?" To go to what Mrs. McFadden stated. But I believe that practice was changed a few years back, before my administration and Dr. Ham's administration. So that's a consideration to cut down on some time to board members on some of the reports that we give. Secondly, my staff and I discussed earlier today that when I receive the agenda items for the board in collaboration with you, that we go ahead and assign a place for that item in a future board meeting and send that information out to the board. We've received your item for your request for an agenda item. It has been assigned to the second board meeting in March. And then that gives us the opportunity to prioritize, because there are other things that may be pressing, like in the month of February and March, we may be in the middle of budgets and budget season. So those things are going to take precedent over some of the items. But if we can send the board members that their item has been assigned to an agenda and at a particular time, then that will give the board confidence that their items has been received and added.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. And I just want to add for an example, and this is where having a workshop or something would come into play, but I did list the summary of agenda request from the November 29th 2022 meeting, and I'm going to use this as an example. I think this is a great example. Mrs. Porter asked for discussion on students who bring weapons to school, require them to get services through a family intervention program. Well, we have quarterly discipline updates, and at that time, that would be an appropriate place to ask that question. So while everybody has a question, a lot of times it can, relate back to something that's a standard item on the agenda. If it's a budget question, what we're spending money on, that will go into, we get quarterly reports, from the cabinet. So those are items that sometimes they're not making it onto the agenda, but it's applicable to, a presentation that somebody is coming to bring before the board.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden.
I sent this out earlier to some people. I know I sent it to you. I don't know if it made it to all board members, but I would like to make a motion for that policy in line with Dr. Davis just said about placing those in an appropriate place. Policy BEDB, board agenda, the second paragraph, items of business, to strike out may be suggested and replace that with requested by board members. Take out staff or the public and put in will be placed on the agenda at a time decided by the chair, the member, and superintendent. And then going down to the bottom of that for the next to the last sentence of that paragraph, the superintendent and the board chairman will decide whether or not to include requested items from staff and the public. The final agenda must be approved by the board. So those are kind of like 3 requests or 3 alterations. And that would be in line with what Dr. Davis just said and agreed that all the items that we request will be put on the agenda at some point, somewhere, and that those items from the staff and the public, what they would like to see, would be taken into consideration by the board chair and superintendent.
Could you please repeat your motion?
Okay. I would move that policy BEDB, board agenda, be adjusted so that the paragraph number 2 states item of business requested by board members strike out staff members and the public. Will be placed on the agenda at a time decided by the chair, the member, and the superintendent.
Madam Chair.
Mrs. McFadden still has the floor.
Can she email it?
We need to wait to have a second before we have discussion.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, normally when we're doing board policy, Dr. Davis will have Dr. Franklin or someone to come up there and make those changes as we are indicating what we would like. You know, with the sake of time, I think as Ms. Washington said before, you know, we still have policies and presentations. Can we keep it moving a little bit, please?
All right, is there a second? Is there a second for Mrs. McFadden's amendments? And there is no second, so the motion fails for lack of a second. I'm going to ask that I'm sorry? Did somebody second it? Did I, okay. All right, so I'm sorry.
My apologies, I thought that's what we were supposed to be doing with these policies, was to look into adjusting.
Yeah, we're doing it, and you did the right thing. You made the motion that you wanted to amend the policy, and you have to have a second from a board member to have discussion. There was no second, so when there is no second on a motion, the motion
Madam
fails
Chair.
for lack of a second.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mrs. Porter.
I second that we amend the policy. I don't necessarily have to see it right now because she can email it to us at any point in time, and it has to be read more than once. So if it's that we need to amend the policy, then yes, but we don't have a reading available at this time.
So to be clear, we're not saying that this policy still cannot be amended. The amendment that Ms. McFadden offered did not receive a second from the board, so there's no discussion, and we move on. Should somebody else to wish, if you would like to now make an amendment to this policy, please offer one.
No, Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Washington.
I make a motion that we postpone this discussion. I am going to read exactly what it says in Robert's Rules of Order so that we can understand what postponing a motion means. It says that a motion by which on a pending question can be put off within limits to a definite session, a day or a meeting or an hour until after a certain event. You asked Nikki to explain that to you. She found the information and I'm reading it. Can we please postpone this discussion?
Is there a second?
Second.
I don't even know that we need to vote on this since it's a non-voting item. We can just, all right, we'll take a vote.
There's a discussion.
Excuse me, discussion on the motion to postpone. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So I just want to be clear that we've asked for these policies to be put on the agenda. So they're on the agenda. So I'm curious because we finally got this policy on here. We've been wanting this. And so the process is it's here for us to bring ideas and how we want to change it. And it is going to take time. That's what this is about. It's going to take time. And I was told, and actually kind of reprimanded from a constituent, that if we have to be here all night, I mean, I know we don't want to be, but this is part of that process. And so when we ask to get things put on the agenda, we're supposed to be, now is our opportunity to do this, because if we don't do this, then we don't have another avenue to change these things.
So,
So I want to be clear that this is the time. If you want to change a policy, this is when we're supposed to be doing it, because we have to have and I did send out this to everyone, or I sent out to the chair. I sent this out this morning, so that we could go through this. But now is the opportunity. If we ask to put something on here, this is when we're supposed to do it. I'm not
Madam
sure.
Chair. Sorry.
thank you,
I'm sorry.
Mrs. McFadden. Mrs. Nash.
Madam Chair, that I go ahead, I move to amend policy BEBD to read, the board agenda is to be set by the board chair, vice chair, and/or secretary in collaboration with the superintendent. All board members will provide items to be prioritized by board chair, vice chair, and/or secretary in collaboration with the superintendent within 2 business days prior to the upcoming board meeting. If a board member's agenda request is not added, the board chair will provide explanation as to why the item did not appear on the agenda via email within 7 business days.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mrs. Porter.
I'd just like to put a second reading out there for us to review.
We are required to have a second reading.
Yes,
So-
well, I'd like another version. This is discussion, and that would be that we not have 2 days, being that the staff has to come up with all of these materials. I would like to make sure that it states 4 days to come up with all of the materials, and then also.
Okay, so Mrs. Porter, you'd start with, I'd like to make a secondary motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a secondary motion that the policy BEDB, board agenda, be read that the superintendent, in cooperation with either the board chair, vice chair, or secretary, will prepare the agenda for all meetings to include items the board will address Oh, gosh, I'm missing something.
So,
Sorry.
excuse me, Mrs. Porter?
Yes.
You can change like dates or like the number from
Okay.
2 days to 4 days, but not the whole
Right.
way it's written now,
I wanted
okay?
to just change the 4 days, and
Okay.
also I want the superintendent and board chair to respond to the member of what date on the calendar their item is going to make it, will be placed. Like Dr. Davis suggested.
Okay, is there a second for the secondary motion?
Second.
Okay. Can you please repeat that for Ms. Lewis so she can print the secondary motion?
Ms. Lewis, I'd like for you to add on the first line, superintendent in cooperation with the board chairman or vice chair or secretary. And then in paragraph 4, at least 4 business days. And then in paragraph 2, let's see, that the superintendent and board chairman, the second to last line, will notify the board member if their suggested item or requested item has made it to the calendar, and when.
Okay, and I'm sorry that I didn't stop you before. You have just changed all the policy, essentially most of the policy. What you were supposed to do is just amend part of it off of her motion. You can, so what I'm trying to say to you is the secondary motion can only address what's been stated in the first motion. Now, with that being said, after we make the change with the secondary motion and then we approve Ms. Nash's, you can do your additional changes that you would like. But your changes need to be addressed, Ms. Porter, exactly to what Ms. Nash's motion was.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Lewis?
Okay, so I'm going to state what I have, and then we'll work from there. So I have Mrs. Porter's motion as, the board agenda is to be set by the board chair, vice chair, and/or secretary in collaboration with the superintendent. All board members will provide items to be prioritized by the board chair, vice chair, and/or secretary in collaboration with the superintendent within 4 business days prior to the upcoming board meeting. If a board member's agenda request is not added, the board chair will provide an explanation as to why the item did not appear on the agenda via email within 7 days. And then, Mrs. Porter, you wanted to add the recommendation from Dr. Davis at the last part, but I lost you, so I'm going to need you to state that part, and otherwise, I believe that that motion is correct. So can you state the last portion that you wanted added, where Dr. Davis's recommendation is that the agenda item receive a date of when it will be added?
That the member will be notified that the agenda item has been placed on the calendar and when.
Okay, so I will restate the motion again before I put it up on the screen. The secondary motion states, the board agenda is to be set by the board chair, vice chair, and/or secretary in collaboration with the superintendent. All board members will provide items to be prioritized by board chair, vice chair, and/or secretary in collaboration with the superintendent within 4 business days prior to the upcoming board meeting. If a board member's agenda request is not added, the board chair, chair will provide an explanation as to why the item did not appear on the agenda via email within 7 business days. The board member will be notified that the agenda item has been placed on the calendar. Is that correct?
And
And
when?
when, and when, okay, and when. And so that motion was made by you. Who was the second? Ms. Nash?
Correct, I'm the second.
Okay, so then it is going to come up on this screen. Oh, well, it won't. Sorry. Tony, can you, swap it?
Board members, is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, can you please provide some clarification for me as I am a new board member? So I understand that this states that this policy is being reviewed. So can you explain to me why we're voting on the different motions from the different?
So we're voting to amend the policy. We have to read it again. But if we want to make changes to the policy, we have to vote on it. It has to come up for approval. It has 2 readings. And
I understand it has 2 readings, but we have 3 different motions on the floor right now, or 3
okay, so
different-
we have a secondary motion and then we have a main motion. There are only 2 motions on the floor. We've got the secondary motion, which was offered by Mrs. Porter. The main motion was offered by Mrs. Nash. Mrs. Porter amended the motion that Mrs. Nash made. We need to take care of the secondary motion before we move back to the main motion and approve that. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I can't support them because I'm so lost in what's been, stated that I'm not able to support this. This is a perfect example of something that should be used in a workshop, or like what Dr. Scott said, we often have somebody from administration to stand up here and sort of take notes and then come back with us. But that's Robert's Rules of Orders and the procedure. I appreciate everybody's ideas and input, but I am completely lost at this point in terms of the amendments that have been offered.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden.
this is directed to either Ms. Nash or Ms. Porter. Where exactly in the order of the agenda or the policy does this fall? Like, is it in the first, second, or third or fourth paragraph? This is for Ms. Nash or Ms. Porter.
Which part? What are you referring to?
This that you're wanting to add to the policy, are you trying to strike the entire policy and just add this? Or are you
No.
trying to add it in, where are you trying to add that in at?
There are portions of
Okay,
it that are from the
and
first.
thank you, Mrs. Washington, for that. And, okay. Thank you, Mrs. Lewis, for that clarification. And I'm sorry for the time, I apologize to everybody. The initial motion was actually from Ms. Washington to postpone this discussion. When we went into, thank you, please call point of order next time to get me back on track. But so then the only other motion that could have taken place, but if it's a motion to postpone, I think we need to take that motion. And I apologize to everyone. Dr. Davis, do you have, again, would be good where we would have a parliamentarian. But we have to go back to the initial. Do you have the reading on a postponement when you offer to postpone, Mrs. Washington, the discussion?
It's on page 198.
I don't have the book.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Davis.
Sorry, just to, it's been stated multiple times, so for the record, I want to say, we've reached out to parliamentarians, registered parliamentarians to assist us. Unfortunately, we're not having anyone accept that invitation as of yet. But we are working to try to help, we are working to try to find a registered parliamentarian. This item was an item that was, again, requested to be placed on this agenda. So it's where we are. I do want to recommend, I think if we postpone or table, if we postpone this, I think you have to set a date. So you got to be specific in when you're postponing until, so that's in the minutes as well. So we'll postpone this until whatever date it is that we will pick this back, we pick this up. Because you can indefinitely postpone something. I think it's possible to indefinitely postpone something. So if you don't state anything, you don't have an ability to come back and pick it up.
So we're going to go back to Ms. Washington's motion to postpone. We'll vote on that. If that doesn't pass, then we can continue on with the conversation. I am all in agreement and in favor with amending this policy. I did not like how it was written before. I would love to see more board members involved. But as you've talked about, we've had a lot of time. I think this is a good learning experience for the board, that we really need to sit down and talk to each other and have more conversations and be very clear on how we want to amend the policy. And then additionally, have somebody from administration help work with us. Because often we'll have somebody work with us, stand up there, listen to our changes, and then write back to us a proposed policy based upon, what they've heard from the board discuss. So did we have a second from Ms. Washington's motion to postpone?
Madam Chair, you gave a discussion point, and are we waiting for somebody to second the motion and then discuss?
It's already been seconded. If we can call for the vote, please.
Okay. Call for the vote. Actually, when we call for the vote, when it comes from a member, we need to is there a second for the call for the vote? You have to vote on the call for the vote.
Second.
Okay, the call for the vote came from, who did it come from? I don't even know.
Porter.
From Porter, the call for the vote, who second, and this motion was seconded by Dr. Scott? That's okay. The call for the vote came from Dr. Scott. It was seconded by Mrs. Porter. Is there any discussion? Board members, please vote. And the motion carries. There are 6 yes, 1 no. I'm sorry. Okay, so then we go back to our next motion that was made by Mrs. Washington to postpone this discussion. It was seconded by Ms. Porter. Is there any discussion? We'll call for the vote. And the motion fails to postpone the vote. There are 3 yes and 4 noes.
Madam
Board
Chair.
members.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden,
that means that we need to go ahead and go through this policy, right?
that means we continue on.
Madam Chair, do we still have 2 motions on the floor, or?
Oh, no, because we don't. They'll have to restate their motions.
Right. So because those are null and void.
Because we didn't
Yeah.
take action on the first motion that was presented, that was to postpone the meeting.
Right. So everything after that is eliminated. I would just like to say that this is what we've been trying to do, to get this policy on the agenda. So I would like to know, what your changes are. Everyone said we want, okay, so.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Porter,
I'd like to just restate, I'd like to move that we continue with the motion that I stated before.
Please repeat, thank you.
Okay. Can you put, thank you.
Okay, I just need you to confirm your motion. The board agenda is to be set by the board chair, vice chair, and/or secretary in collaboration with the superintendent. All board members will provide items to be prioritized by the board chair and/or secretary in collaboration with the superintendent 4 business days prior to the upcoming board meeting. If a board member's agenda request is not added, the board chair will provide an explanation as to why the agenda item did not appear on the agenda via email within 7 business days. The member will be notified that the agenda item has been placed on the calendar and when.
That is exactly what I'd like to
Second.
move to do.
So the motion has been made by Mrs. Porter and seconded by Mrs. Nash. Is there any discussion?
No, seconded by Ms. McFadden.
Oh, excuse me, I thought I heard over there. Sorry. It was seconded by Mrs. McFadden, thank you.
Discussion.
I asked, is there any discussion? Yes.
I do have a discussion because I want to be thorough. I just want to know where in the policy are you guys wanting to put this? Are you trying to strike that second paragraph and replace the second paragraph with what that is?
It actually comes from multiple paragraphs. So the people involved, it replaces that. And then the time involved, like Ms. Agostini stated. And then it also addresses the second paragraph of what the superintendent would need to do as well. So Ms. Agostini stated that I did not have to state the entire thing. I only had to state the pieces that I wanted to replace. So I will rewrite the policy and email it to everyone.
No, that would be when you amend and make a secondary motion. You've just now made a main motion, so you need to address specifically in each part of the policy where this is to be written. And this is why I strongly encourage and I supported Ms. Washington's motion. We can have this discussion again at our next meeting, and you can send out your changes, but right now I can't support it because I'm so confused that I can't support it.
So can we vote on this knowing that this will be in here, or does it have to be in here specifically? Is it have to be in a specific order?
This is the first reading. Yes, we can vote on this.
Okay.
Let's vote. Call the vote.
Ms. Porter? I'm waiting on you. Okay.
And the motion passes. There are 4 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention. Is there any further discussion on policy BEDB board agenda? We will now move on for discussion of policy BEDN, board members' use of district-owned portable devices. Dr. Davis?
Okay, Madam Chair, this is an item that was suggested for review for school board members in light of the recommendation from the IG's report, the OIG's report on the use of technological devices such as providing school board members with cell phones And so the recommendation, one of the recommendations from the report was to amend the policy to include the utilization of, include cell phones.
Board members, discussion?
Madam Chair, can I just make a motion if there's no discussion?
Excuse me?
Can we just make a motion if there is no discussion? I'm saying, like, is there any, okay, so,
Do you want, you can make a motion to amend the policy.
yes, I would
You
like
know,
to make a motion to amend the policy.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend the policy BEDN to read, the board recognizes the need for board members to have the use of portable electronic devices to include cell phones. The board will determine the device that best suits the needs of the board. Newly elected members will be offered a portable device and also cell phone when they are elected to the board. Members are responsible for the safe return of the device, also cell phone, at the end of the member's term of office. Board members will have no expectation of privacy with respect to any information contained on these devices, as the information is subject to the state's Freedom of Information laws. Board members will abide by the district's acceptable use policy established for the use of technology resources. And so, Christine, I'm sorry, but the only thing that I would like to amend is where it says devices, just to include cell phones, if that makes it easier.
So, to be clear, you could just say you're making a motion to amend the agenda on the first sentence to add after electronic devices to include cell phones. Is that correct?
That is correct. I just wanted to make sure that was right, because last time there seemed to be a little bit confusion about how we do that. I just wanted to make sure that we got it all.
So she's asking to just add at the first sentence to include cell phones.
Madam Chair, I guess that would be understood to be with iPads as well.
Excuse me?
I guess it's understood that iPads would be included in that as well.
Portable devices.
iPads and cell phones. Because if we have to be specific about cell
Okay.
phones.
Let's get a second, then we'll have that discussion. Is there a second on this?
Second.
So the motion has been made by Mrs. Nash and seconded by Dr. Scott. And discussion, Mrs. McFadden?
Yes, just to be clear, so that if something comes up in the future, that we add iPads and cell phones.
Would a portable electronic device not be an iPad?
Yes, that's why I'm saying add it.
Well, it's
Because-
in there, portable electronic devices. That's part of the policy, the current policy.
Right, but to be clear, because I would think a cell phone would be a portable electronic device, but in order for us to get cell phones, we actually have to add cell phones in here. So I would, just to be clear, so that we understand it includes both the iPads and cell phones, just to add them both in there, since we're going ahead and amending it now. I was under the impression that cell phones would be included with portable electronic devices, but according to the current policy, it's probably just the iPad.
Well, I read it to do that. If you would like to make a secondary motion to Mrs. Nash's primary motion to add iPads, you may do so.
I make a secondary motion to Mrs. Nash's primary motion to add iPads along with cell phones.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. McFadden and seconded by Mrs. Nash to include the words iPad. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. Board members, please vote. That is reading up there the primary motion. We need the secondary motion first to include iPhones to the primary, or excuse me, to include iPads. The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. Back to the primary motion. Dr. Davis, you made a comment. Could you please share that with me to make sure that the whole board understands what your concern was?
It's just to draw attention to the report. The OIG's report states that we will provide. It does not say offer. So the recommendation is to change offer to will provide, making it a mandatory or a requirement that board members receive it.
Board members, please vote. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The motion carries. Board members, is there any further discussion on policy BEDN? No further discussion. We're moving on to item 9.5, update 2021-2022 assessment results. Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, as well as to our community in attendance with us and watching. We have our Executive Director for Research and Evaluation, Dr. Jennifer Coleman, who's here to present part 2 of our assessment update. This part includes our high schools, and at this time I turn it over to Dr. Coleman.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Davis. Tonight we have for you the results of the end-of-course examination program, as well as a review of the graduation rate from 2021-2022. As we did last year, and we have thus far this year, we're going to do a brief opening just as a reminder of where we have been over these past couple of academic years. I won't go into detail with everything, but you all remember, obviously, the infamous March 2020 when the governors closed school for the rest of the school year. Students were learning virtually or via packet. In 2021, there were phases of virtual and a choice option that parents could choose. And in 21-22, we were fully in person with a virtual program that was an option for parents to choose for their children should they make that decision. Now, we really thought 21-22 was going to be the normal year. This was it. We were getting back to business. Everything was going to be fine. And then this happened. As you know, DHEC required all districts to maintain a COVID dashboard of isolations and quarantines during the 21-22 school years. That was done in collaboration with Nursing Services, Communications, and the Accountability Research and Evaluation Department. We reviewed this during the last meeting, but we had close to 10,000 quarantines of staff and students last year. Those quarantines could last anywhere from 5 to 10 days. We had about 5,600 positives during last school year, and those isolations were 5 to 10 days, depending on what time of the year and based on what DHEC recommendations were at that time. So why do we keep discussing this? It would be great if we could stop discussing COVID and pretend that it never happened. I'd be the first one to sign up for that. What we do know, and what the educational research is showing us nationally, is that the academic impacts of school closures, community loss, family loss, is likely going to stay with us in the K-12 field for many years to come. So we're going to jump in and look at 2 of the big indicators that we have when we look at our high schools. It's not the only indicators, but it's 2 of our biggest ones. And that's the end-of-course examination program. You'll often hear it referred to as the EOCEP. Now, why do we give the EOCEP? This is actually mandated by both state and federal law. The Education Accountability Act of 1998 requires school districts to administer, they call it an end-of-course benchmark for math, English, science, and social studies. Federal law also, which came along after the state law, mandates that we do the same with the exception of history. That one's not a federally mandated assessment, that one's state mandated. So for the state of South Carolina, our gateway courses that the State Department determined to be the courses that we would meet this requirement with are Algebra 1, English 2, and that one switched right in the middle of the pandemic in 2020, so I think a lot of folks are still used to hearing about English 1, although it is English 2. Biology and U.S. history. The EOCP, it's a pretty big deal to kids. It counts 20% of their final grade. That's a state law, that one assessment must count 20% of their final grade. A 60 or above is considered passing, so you can actually have a D or above and have considered to have passed the EOCEP. And the course is not dependent on your level. It's dependent on when you take the course. So for example, in our district, we offer many middle schoolers Algebra 1. Therefore, they take the EOCEP in the year that they take the course, not waiting until they get to high school. As we've mentioned before as well, part of federal law requires that we test all kids. And when they say all, they mean all. So even our significantly disabled students take an alternative EOCEP, and it's required to be reported on as well. So when you look at the 2021-2022 distribution of grades for our EOCEP assessments for Richland 2, you can see the following on the screen. I won't read that to you, but you can see it broken down by A, B, C, D, and F. Again, a reminder that technically a passing grade is D or above, even though we have internal goals and strives to have C's and aboves for the majority of our grades on these assessments. Thank you so much. So when we look at 5 years of passing, and again, passing being that A, B, C, or D, you can look at the top row shows the change in the passage rate for Richland 2 compared to the state as a whole. This one's for Algebra 1. As it's been mentioned previously, really a good practice is to make sure that you're not only looking at a 2-year change, but a 5-year change, right? And we talked in our last presentation at the board meeting about recovery versus rebounding. So when we look at our Algebra 1 passage rate for 2022, we can see that we did have just under a 2% increase in that passage rate. That's what we would consider the rebounding. We're starting to see some of that rebound from the impact of the lost instructional time during the COVID pandemic. However, when we look at our 5-year change, we know we are not back where we need to be yet. The pattern is similar to that of the state as well. Biology, again, 5-year trend, looking at 2 years, we had a drop this year. The state had a slight increase. Let me also make one note here. You'll see in the 2020 column that we've got CV in there. That was the year that COVID hit, and we did not administer any state assessments that year. So that will live in these until it cycles itself out. You'll also notice that there's an asterisk by 2021. In 2021, the state gave purview to the boards, the school boards, to make a decision as to whether or not the EOCEP would count 20% of students' final grades. Though I was not here at that time, I was told that this board did make the decision to waive that, which was a good decision given the disruptions of that 2021 school year. So it is important to keep in mind when you're looking at these slides, if you see that asterisk at the top, that was a year it did not count 20% of a student's final grade. Now, many of you up here have had high school kids. I had 2 during the pandemic. The minute you said to those guys that the EOCP wasn't counting 20% of their final grade, it did have a shift in the seriousness in which they took these assessments. So that's why I think it's important for posterity and for history. We'll continue to denote that as we're going through. English 2, we've only had 2 years of this assessment. So really we can only talk about the 2-year change, which we did see a slight increase as well as the state. And for U.S. history, you're going to notice something a little different on this slide. You're going to see that asterisk in 2021, and that's because as a board, the decision was made for it not to count 20% of the final grade. But in 2022, the state decided that it would not count 20% of the student's final grade. The reason for this is the social studies standards were modified in the state. And this was the first year of the new assessment, the assessment that was looking at how students did on the new social studies standards. It's relatively typical practice for the state to have some leniency with the impact, because they're analyzing their items. They're doing item analysis, ensuring that the items measured what they thought it would. So for 21-22 and 2022, it did not count 20% of the students' final grades. Regardless of that, we have not seen either rebound nor recovery for U.S. history. All right, graduation rate. So this is a critically important indicator. It's one that we spend a great deal of time, as well as the high schools, working on this daily. So when I started this job 23 years ago, grad rate was super simple. I would call the principal at Spring Valley and say, how many seniors do you have and how many diplomas are you handing out? We'd divide the two numbers, and we always had like a 99, 98% grad rate. When Margaret Spellings became the National Superintendent of Education, she put into play a national graduation rate, which was a good thing, because now we had an even playing ground. Everybody had the same rules that you had to abide by. And so those many years ago, which I think it was 14 or 15 years ago, we moved to something called a cohort analysis. So anytime a student enrolls in one of our high schools, they are put into Power School and automatically given what's called a 9GR code. And that code's real important. That code tells me what level were you at when you entered, and it also tells me when you should graduate. Because the national definition for graduation is 4.25 years. You get 4 years plus summer school, which right before the pandemic, there was a lot of conversation about taking summer school off the table, and I'm very grateful that the states and the feds left that on there. It is incredibly difficult once you get kids in that cohort to remove them. If I take my daughter and we move to New York, I can't just call Jeff Timoni and say, we're gone. There are only 3 pieces of paperwork that will actually remove a student off of your cohort. That is a formal records request from an accredited institution, an e-migration letter stating that you have gone back to whatever country that you came from when you migrated over here, or a death certificate. So one of the things that becomes very challenging is you might think about one of our high schools and say, okay, well, they've got 400 seniors. And yes, that is true. But when you look at their cohort, you're potentially looking at over 1,000 kids that have funneled in and out. And so I just really want to make sure that the difficult task of tracking children as they come in and out of our schools, especially as we're seeing our poverty increase and our mobility rates increase in this district, is something our schools spend an inordinate amount of time doing, and I'm grateful that they do that. Just a reminder, a GED is a wonderful thing. I'm glad that our students have an option to get a GED if they decide that the high school diploma path is not for them. However, those students are counted as a non-graduate, and a dropout is also counted as a non-graduate. Okay, so if we look at 5 years of graduation rate in the district, you can see that we have had a trend down this past year. We had a 1.4% decrease in the percent of students that graduated with an on-time diploma last year. And when we look at a 5-year change, we're down 2.1%. The state did see a mild increase of 0.5% last year and a 2.8% increase over the past 5 years.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Dr. Davis. I'm Nancy Gregory, Richland 2's Chief Instructional Officer.
Good evening. I'm Katinia Davis, Chief Special Education Officer.
And along with our colleague, Mrs. Penny Atkinson, Executive Director of Secondary Instruction, We would like to present some of the district's strategies and actions tonight in response to the data that Dr. Coleman just shared. I will begin, as we did earlier with elementary and middle, with the general ed for the district overall. If you remember, most of the actions that we talked about on December 13th fell into three categories. We talked to you at that time about, if you remember, A, T, and T: alignment, teaching strategies, and time. So for the first one, on the district response, we've conducted academic data conversations with each high school. We've had in the fall one of 3 data meetings, and as we shared with you earlier, those focused on data trends and patterns, the actions taken based on those trends and patterns, and then where schools needed additional district support. Follow-up meetings to monitor progress occurring in the winter. We're having these in January and February for the winter, and again in the spring. For bullet number 2, we talked to you about continued common district practices. This is the same across elementary, middle, and high. We believe that common district best practices implemented consistently across the system provide high expectations for all our students. Some of those examples include the district's instructional model, expectations for learning, and standards alignment. On number 3, as we discussed in December, we continued the district's formative assessment system district-wide with benchmark reviews. In the case of high school, that's with our EOC courses. Last year, we finished implementing and expanding the system to all district schools from grade 3 to high school in those tested grades and content areas. As we mentioned to you earlier in a recent study, Dr. Jennifer Coleman noted that there was a significant correlation between our benchmark results and student achievement and our state assessments. Number 4 in our academic response is provided extended learning opportunities for students. We did this to address the loss of instructional time due to the pandemic. We've employed a variety of strategies, whether it was through our summer program SOAR that we've talked about at other board meetings, and some of you have children that have participated in SOAR, extended learning time before and after school, or tutoring services, which is our last bullet. Now Mrs. Atkinson will talk to you about actions that are specific just to our high schools.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Davis. The next few moments, we're going to look specifically at what we have been focusing on with our high schools in response to our data. The first bullet that you see is our high schools have continued to implement individual learning time. The acronym that we use is ILT. This is part of the instructional day. It may happen around the lunch period, or it may happen after a certain class on a certain day of the week. Westwood High School calls theirs Red Hawk Learning Time. They have a red week and a silver week. So perhaps on red week, periods 1, 3, and 5 have an extra 15 minutes, so teachers can provide what students need on those particular days. And then on the silver week, it may be periods 2, 4, and 6 initially after that period. And again, it's about 15 minutes. Again, some of our high schools are using what we refer to as ILT around lunchtime, so students can have a working lunch, but students are being able to get assistance, whether it is reteaching or acceleration during the instructional day, so we are not having to worry about if they are a bus rider or a car rider. It's going on while they are at our high schools. You have heard Dr. Coleman talk about our graduation rate. When Dr. Coleman joined us, we implemented graduation rate teams and career and college readiness quarterly meetings. During the quarterly meetings, each principal and their team meets with Dr. Coleman, Ms. Gregory, Dr. Sabrina Suber, and myself, and they share with us, as you see on the screen, a template of their information where they are tracking their students. We have a system-wide form, as you see, so they can tell us who is on track to graduate based on that 9GR
that Dr. Coleman just so eloquently explained. Who are they watching? What students are close in that 9GR to meeting the graduation requirement? What do those students need? Do they need to be enrolled in a virtual learning class to get that extra unit of math? Do they need extra tutoring? We're encouraging them, of course, to attend extended learning time. So again, very specific to their students. And then unfortunately, who are those students that are not on track? Who are we not going to get across the stage from a various set of circumstances, whether it's they have been absent too much and they did not meet the state seat requirement or the state compulsory attendance law, whether they have fallen behind very early on and for some reason or other they did not show up on someone's list. So again, they bring this to us every quarter and present their numbers, but at the school level, some of our high schools are meeting weekly, some of our high schools are meeting bi-weekly. But we do ask that they present to us where they are throughout the school year. So when we get ready to submit that information through Power School, there should be no surprises as to what our graduation rate is going to be for us. If you recall, in the summer of 2021, I shared with you that Dr. Suber and I had a group of teachers and high school assistant principals. We were looking at rebooting professional early learning. That is our late arrival on Wednesdays. We refer to it as PEP. We worked with teachers from each high school, the API from each high school, and of course this year we rebooted PEP. So teachers during that extra time on Wednesday are collaborating with other teachers and they are focusing on instructional strategies. They are not in meetings, they are not in professional development, they are being able to work with other teachers to look at data and to make sure we are implementing best practices. Our EOC teachers are meeting 2 to 3 times a month together to look specifically at our state data points and at our formative assessment data points. Once a month at each high school, my team goes out and helps them analyze their data, but more importantly, how can we take those data points and implement them to impact instruction? Sometimes we do a really good job of keeping our data, but we want to be users of the data. And so that is why we have made it a priority for PEP to be more about collaboration and implementation of best practices. As I shared with you the last time that we shared data about the providing theory to practice, unleashing students' mathematical potential. Again, I remind you, we are in cohort 2 of this opportunity. As I shared with you last time, we started this particular opportunity for teachers that are teaching foundations of algebra or intermediate algebra and algebra 1. This year, we added our middle school teachers to that. So again, we are in cohort 2. Also this year, our high school English specialist and a group of teachers from our high school, our English teachers that are teaching Reading Seminar. Reading Seminar was created when English 1 was the end of course examination program course. Students that are in English 1 but need Reading Seminar are reading perhaps on grade level or perhaps they're not, but they need an extra dose of support in English 1. So we have kept the Reading Seminar at the English 1 level. Our teachers went with, again, as I said a moment ago, with our content specialists for some very specific training, and our high school English content specialist meets with that group of teachers several times throughout the school year to focus on planning effective lessons, what are their data points telling them, supporting them, observing them, but the most important part is coaching them after those observations and then coming back together to see what are our next steps.
Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Davis, as we shared with you back in December, the general education and special education team works collaboratively to ensure our students with disabilities receive the additional supports and services that they need to be successful. We've implemented a wide variety of strategies, and we'll share with you a few. As Dr. Coleman shared with you, our students with significant disabilities are required to take an alternate end-of-course assessment. Many of these students are in our high school credential program. Just to share with you, the South Carolina High School Credential offers applicable students with disabilities the opportunity to work towards a uniform, state-recognized credential. Richland 2 staff collaborated to plan and develop the pacing for the coursework required for the high school credential, which aligned with the South Carolina College and Career Ready standards, so that they would be ready for the South Carolina end-of-course tests in the content areas. In addition, due to the pandemic, we found that some of our students were dealing with some social emotional concerns, and so we implemented a program that we called Pathfinders, where we ensured that when students found themselves involved in a due process situation, that they would be ready academically. The Pathfinders program put in place for our students a certified teacher to meet with the students within 3 to 5 days of their social emotional issue that resulted in due process. And the students work with the certified teacher to reduce the gap in instruction that would have impact on the students' academic achievement when they were already impacted by their disability. In addition, we hired a disability specialist to focus on high school instruction and compliance. While our district team is fortunate to have leaders with diverse backgrounds, due to promotions and resignations, we found that we had a gap in a special educator with recent instructional experience in the secondary classroom. So we added an additional disability specialist with high school, middle school experience, which would allow us to provide stronger support of curriculum and implementation, and coaching. Finally, as we shared with you before, we implemented and streamlined our and focused our curricula so that we could ensure that we had alignment across the entire system. This has allowed us to target training and fully utilize the materials as intended for academic intervention. Please know that this is just a peek into the multiple layers of work the academics team is committed to doing in collaboration with our schools to improve academic achievement in Richland 2. Madam Chair, that is our report. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Board members, questions or comments?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Porter.
I just have 2 questions. One for, is Dr. Davis, I believe? Mrs. Davis, for the Pathfinders, is that electronic for those students?
Yes, ma'am. It is electronic. It's with a service that we have been using for over 5 years, and so we vetted and been pleased with their service with the certified teachers.
Okay, and a certified teacher mans that electronic program?
Yes, and they work with students one-on-one.
I got it. Okay, good. And then my second question was for Ms. Coleman. It was the percentages where there was a comparison with Richland 2 and the state. I know that those students take those assessments on Mastery Connect. Are those, when comparing it with the state, though, is that 2 different assessments? Like the other?
No, ma'am. I believe, if you don't mind if I could just click back real quick. So you're talking about these slides?
Right, so.
Yes, ma'am. That's the actual EOCEP assessment. I know that the law calls it the benchmarks, and
right.
It's not the formative assessment benchmarks.
Okay.
This is the state assessment, the EOCEP. So it's exactly the same assessment.
So everyone takes the same test?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I just have one question.
Dr. Scott.
Dr. Coleman, I think this may be for you. I know you mentioned that U.S. history is only state mandated. Is that just with the state of South Carolina? Have they had any conversation about doing away with the U.S. history? Because I know I've heard some conversations about that, and I wasn't sure what you've heard.
It's really interesting, and I know that you and I have both been at this a bit. Originally, the state law was that we had to test all students in grades 3 through 8 in ELA, math, science, and social studies every year. And then you remember there was a lot of pushback about too much testing, which I agree with. And the sacrificial lamb became social studies because it's not written into federal law that we have to test any students with social studies. Now, before I get emails, I do believe that that's a very important and critical subject area. I'm kind of feeling the eyes burning in the back of my head right now. However, just from a totally legal perspective, the federal government does not require that states assess students in social studies. You've seen some of that pulled away, and you've noticed we no longer give SC Ready or SC Pass in social studies in 3.8 anymore. The state has decided to hang on to U.S. history for that end of course assessment, and of course it's kind of up and down depending on which group has got the most ears as to whether or not that will remain or not. But it is technically written into state law, just not federal law.
Ms. Coleman?
Ms. McFadden?
Madam Chair, sorry, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask.
Yes, Ms.
So with the social studies aspect, there were some courses that were considered to cover as a social studies credit that would count toward graduation, one of those being African American Studies. Students took that course thinking that they would get credit for that African American study to count toward social studies credit. And we have found out that that is not going to be used, that credit, they don't get counted for the 4 social studies credit that they're supposed to have. Is that true?
I'm going to defer to Mrs. Atkinson for that question, or, sorry, Dr. Davis.
The state of South Carolina has certain courses that meet the social studies requirement. African American Histories, I do believe, counts as an elective, but it does not count for the U.S. history requirement. It does not count for economics or government that is also required. So I believe that is being recognized as a social studies elective, but does not count as one of the core.
So were there students that were considered having taken that class as not an elective, but as a core? They were taking it as a core and now it doesn't count. Is that a situation that has occurred? Because there are some that are saying that these certain classes, and African American Studies isn't just one of them, that there's certain courses that were supposed to count as social studies that no longer count as social studies credit for that, for graduation.
I don't have that information tonight. That is something that I would refer back to Dr. Davis. I don't have that information available tonight.
Yeah, that may be a situation at a particular school with a particular piece of information, but that has never came from the district office or from curriculum instructors from academics that course would satisfy your social studies requirements as by the state. And so that hasn't come from academics or from the district office. So if that sounds like a situation or an issue at a particular school, and so if there's something that we need to look into, please let me know.
No, I just wasn't certain. Didn't know why African American Studies would be an elective as opposed to one of the core social studies classes. I just wasn't sure about that. I thought that it would be more than an elective. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mrs. Nash.
I just have one question. One, I want to just say thank you, ladies. So sorry it's so late. But is there, where we have the graduation rates, is there any idea or metrics that you guys have to think about where you kind of want to be, and I guess a time frame of where maybe by the next update or by the end of the year of where you would like to be percentage-wise above where we are right now?
Yes, I believe you're asking what is our goal for
Yes.
like this current school year
Right.
to end with that grad rate. Not in the red.
I like it.
I think we certainly could. There's a lot of things when you look at when you're goal setting. Somebody mentioned SMART goals earlier, which got my geeky goosebumps up. One thing we do know is there are some constraints that we're going to have. When students are not on a diploma track, they're on a certificate track. They're not eligible for graduation. So when we're looking at our goals and setting where we would like to be, of course, we take those things into factor. I'd love to stand up here and say 100% of our kids will graduate. That won't happen because of the structure of how diplomas are issued in this state, especially for students with significant disabilities. But yes, we're monitoring monthly. We have lots and lots of conversations. I guarantee you, although we couldn't do it publicly, that you could ask any of our high school principals and they could tell you every single kid that's in that red, that's in that yellow category. And so right now, our goal is to turn the ship and to ensure that we're seeing the increases that we need to be seeing in the district.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Oh, Dr. Scott.
This is not a question. I just want to say thank you to the guys that presented this evening. And also, I do see our high school principals back there. It's late. Just want to say thank you for being present and thank you for what you do. And sorry we're keeping you so late for your people for tomorrow, because I know they'll be so excited to see you. So I hope you get proper rest tonight so you can greet them with a big hello. But just want to say thank you for this presentation. It was well needed. So thank you so much.
And I do have a couple of questions. And first of all, let me share with Mrs. Nash how much I appreciate her last question about graduation rate goals. That has been a question of mine since I've served on the board. And I've been told for 6 years that I have never been shared what a graduation goal rate is for the district, because we've never had one. So hopefully that will be something that will be changed with this new leadership. The question that I have, it sounded to me like when we were talking about the academic responses, that it was a lot of telling teachers what to do versus asking them what they need. We heard a lot about data with administration, or you all going into schools and talking, with the principal of the school, but how were teachers involved in coming up with these academic responses?
As we shared earlier with PEP, that is their collaboration time. That is when they work with their peers and decide what do we need, and then they convey that either to their API, their high school principal, or to a member of my team, for instance, around the reading seminar. Those teachers came together and said, we need more support in how to teach or what to teach in reading seminar. Can you help us with some specific training? Can you help us with specific materials? So during that PEP time is, again, and we have made sure that we're not doing any formal training, professional development, or any meetings during that time, so they have time to collaborate and then communicate with their building level and then back to us, how can we support them?
Thank you. And then my final question is, when we were talking about losing track of students, it sounded to me in the presentation, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that we were sort of suggesting why we might be seeing this declining graduation rate because we're unable to track our students. Did I misunderstand?
It is definitely a challenge, keeping track of students, especially during the pandemic. When the pandemic hit and the governor closed schools for the end of that first quarter, I was not in this district. I was in a neighboring district with much higher poverty. So I can tell you what my firsthand experiences were, but they are the same experiences we're hearing from educators across the nation. Kids had to go to work. Kids who needed that everyday attention of their person didn't get it. I do think when we look at the students who did not graduate last year, we can see that quite a few of those students were dropouts. And the definition of a dropout, there are times that students come to us and say, that's it, I'm not doing it anymore. I can't do it, I'm dropping out. There are many times where kids just don't show up to school. And our social workers look for them, our principals look for them, our teachers look for them. We send out and deploy every resource that we have. We search social media. We search the state's database, the SUNS database for student IDs to see if they've enrolled somewhere else. But one of the things that you're hearing talked about in the literature nationally, which I don't think was just a pandemic issue, I think it existed pre-pandemic. I think it was exacerbated during the pandemic, is there are literally just kids who disappear and we cannot find them.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Dr. Davis, please.
Again, just echoing what our board members just stated, thank you to the team for a great presentation. Just for our public that's viewing and those that are viewing here, we've talked extensively about the graduation rate here in Richland School District 2, and I want to be very clear that we, along with our high school principals and our teachers, are taking the graduation rate very seriously. over the past several years prior to the pandemic, we were a pretty solid 88% of our students were graduating from our schools, all of our high schools combined. And in 2018, 87%, 2019, 88%, and in 2020, 88% again. After the pandemic, we saw a decline in our graduation rate over the last 2 years, and then we've implemented some processes to rebound from that to bring those rates back up. Our goal, I know Dr. Coleman was pressed about what our goal is. Our goal has always been continuous improvement. And what that simply means is that each high school sets a goal based off of their last year's data to improve. And you work incrementally toward approving that goal, or achieving that goal. And so if a high school's graduation rate last year was 90%, then the expectation is that the high school's graduation rate will be 91% or 92%, whatever the goal is set. And so that's the goal that we work toward. And that has been successful for us in the school district for many, many years. But there are some things that we have to address as it relates to this post-COVID population of students. One is, of course, the amount of transiency within our school district that we have to account for. Two, the level of poverty, the increase of level of poverty in our school districts that we have to account for. Three, as Ms. Agostini and Mrs. Dr. Coleman stated, with tracking our students as they're transitioning from school to school to make sure that we have processes in place that we can indeed track those students and remove them from our denominator so that they don't count against us in our graduation rate. And so along with the myriad of other things, chronic absenteeism is an area that we have to continue to address because the chronic absentee percentages have gone up. Homelessness in our school district continues to go up. These aren't excuses because all school districts are faced with many school districts are faced with similar challenges. However, many of them are new challenges to us that we have to continue to try to work and put processes in place to do that. And I think our high school principals, along with our high school teachers and our parents and community, are working diligently to address these things. And I look forward to seeing the incremental growth and improvement in our graduation rate as we have seen in other areas of academic performance once we have a very solid plan in place to address them. So thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Davis. Moving on, item 10.1, an update on safety and security. Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the hour is getting long, but we do have Mr. Will Anderson, who is our Chief of Operations, here to provide the board and the community with our safety security plans and updates for this board meeting. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Thank you, board members. I will be respectful of your time as much as I can, but also understand that the safety and security is our top priority, along with what you just heard, obviously. So I want to be cognizant of that as well. So just bear with me, and I'll try to make this as quickly and as efficient as possible. So basically, we gave an update in the fall and wanted to bring some updates to you all of where we are. And with several new board members, I wanted to go over a few things just as a repetitiveness for some of you. The presentation, and some of this is centered around or using the South Carolina Coalition for Safer Schools as a way for us to kind of show that the South Carolina Coalition of Safer Schools is a coalition of a lot of stakeholders and partners throughout the state who have policy agenda items they're bringing before for the 2023 legislative session. The things that I will show here shortly is things we are doing and have been doing and currently are working on doing that align to what the South Carolina Coalition for Safer Schools are advocating more of. Mental health is one of the pillars they have in that, and for years, Richland 2 has been doing a lot of things around mental health. Mental health is something we continue to work on. Our Learning Support Service Center services team with Cleveland Smith and Shirley Vickery do a tremendous job on a lot of these things. And most recently, I believe at a meeting you heard about their family intervention services, which was highlighted, and that's one of those with student mental health. Staffing is one of the other areas or pillars they talk about in the Coalition for Safer Schools. The work of the board in the past in the district of the things we have done to increase the more staffing. The items in red are the things we have been working on this fall and moving into the spring that we're doing. So we did submit the application for more SROs, and we hope to hear about that as soon as possible in this year. Facilities, the bond referendum has been fortunate enough to continue to update our facilities. We continue to work on those, and we're making a lot of progress with facilities, but we continue to keep up with those. Safety protocols, those bullying protocols, safety tip hotlines, different things and processes and procedures that we do, and we continue to update those and do those different things. And then lastly, they talk about the collaboration with other organizations and other steps, and that's with the Be Smart task force that you heard about at a recent meeting, as well as we continue to look at partnering with other entities and making sure we have this collaborative effort. As we all know, we cannot do this alone as a school district. Safety and secure schools is all of our responsibility, and so we want to make sure we do that. This is our spreadsheet, the next few slides of things that we shared with you all at the previous meeting and wanted to give you an update. In red, you can see some of the updates there, and I'll highlight a few of those as I go through. The implementation of the crisis alert system, that's a system that allows staff members to notify administrators and emergency personnel of a situation happening. And so that has been, implementation has started. Training starts, I believe, this week or next week, this week. And so we hope to have that rolled out here in February. We have now, with the completion of EL Wright, all of our campuses have a secure vestibule other than one piece of glass. That's why it's 99% at one of our schools. And so, and our camera conversion project is moving fastly along, so it's very good progress there. We have done pop-up metal detector screenings, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And we continue to do our weekly audits by our safety and security staff and our risk management staff. All of our policies and procedures, we continue to update those. They are a living, breathing document as different things come about. We want to make sure they're up to date, but the training continues with those. And we've also are looking at doing some random classroom bag searches. That's all in red. That's something we continue to work on. Just some of the things that have occurred in the first semester, just high-level things. A lot of things have happened. We all know the situation with the Blythewood High School event. That actually was we've talked a lot about that event and a lot of feedback, but from a standpoint of us using that as training and waiting for us to get better, we have taken that as mini debriefs to allow us to continue to work on making sure we have the best experience possible if we unfortunately have to go through that event again. We've changed our athletic event procedures, monthly meetings. We continue doing more partnering with Richland County Sheriff's Department. They will be in the near future, hopefully, using E.L. Wright Middle School, the old school, for another training exercise to continue to keep them trained. We've been fortunate to work with them. The pop-up metal detector pilot, we've been over 12 screenings thus far in the middle and high schools. That has been completely random. When I mean that it's literally one of the random selector generators that you have on Google or something like that. So it's totally random how we pick those. No weapons have been found. It's been lots. The most thing we found are vapors and lighters. Just like a start of a school day, our first couple times we did this, it was like the corridor line. The first day of school was a lot different than the corridor line the 20th day of school. The times have gotten better, and we continue to do that. The key is making sure staffing and communication. And I wanted to share here this cost. This cost is what it is. The first thing is each metal detector costs about, in the station, costs about $13,000. The recurring cost of one station, so it's one door, one station, is about $400 per day. That's your recurring staffing and other costs. And so, my estimate, our estimate of a total cost for 2 stations, if we did this every day at 2 stations for all of our middle and high schools, we're looking at roughly $2 million to do the metal detectors. We're going to continue the metal detector pilot. We haven't stopped that. We're going to continue doing that. But at this point, this is not a and Dr. Coleman, who's not up here talking about this, but can echo, this is not a controlled research project. So we can't make any correlations or causations that these metal detector pilot has not caused or decreased a weapon coming to our school. There's just, anecdotal data that the way that people feel about that. So, we can't make a correlation that this has stopped for weapon from going there, but it has. These are the data that we've shared thus far. And then we will also, as we continue, plan on working with you as a board on any policy recommendations that need to be addressed, and that would be if we decide to do a metal detectors, adding that to policy EB. If we decide to do clear bags, adding that to a policy EB as well, and then updating a student code of conduct. With that, Dr. Davis or myself or anyone from our team will be happy to answer any questions, Ms. Agostini and board members.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Board members, questions, concerns?
Madam Chair.
Mrs. McFadden.
So, Mr. Anderson, thank you so much for this report. I remember last year about this time, Mr. Cleveland Smith was giving his report, and we had said, the good thing would be if we had no weapons. And so when I look at this on that third line on that point on page 13, it says no weapons. So we're found during those pilots. So I want to say thank you for all y'all's hard work. Metal detectors may not actually deter students from or find them, but they deter students from bringing them if they think possibly that they're going to be there. So I want to say thank you for the work that you and your team have done to set those up and to make sure that we don't find any weapons. So that point number 3, I really appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Scott.
Just 2 questions. One is, you mentioned on this report about a random classroom search. If you can tell me a little bit about what that would look like, because what I don't want is students being profiled, that we know these are normally students who may misbehave occasionally or students who may have gotten in trouble before. Now, when we want to do this random classroom search, we think, oh, let's start in Tommy's class or whoever. So what would that look like? That's my first question.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to defer to Dr. Davis, and then I'll help answer any question that he can answer.
I appreciate that question, Dr. Scott. We've had a lot of conversation around that when we first discussed the randomization of anything at our schools and ensuring that we are not picking certain classes, certain schools, certain levels of courses that are offered are included or excluded typically when left to the discretion of the person that's selecting them or any individual with their own biases or their own personal types of subjectivity. So we would employ or deploy the same random practice that we're doing with our schools. We would build a random generator that will allow us to have every class, every period, and randomly, if we did a random bag search, it would be, so first period, everybody who has a first, it'll randomly select which period of the day, then randomly select the class for that period, which will then give us kind of a 2-factor random selection process so that it takes the individual person out of deciding when that search would occur. And we, of course, we would try to make this we would try to reduce the level of evasiveness. We would document when that class was selected, because even in a random generator selection, that class and period can be selected again. So you have to account for that so that there's not a duplication of that as well, and set the parameters of what that is. But before we conduct anything like that, we also want to make sure that we are on legal grounds and basis to do that. So we're in the process of making sure that we examine that, that we don't violate anybody's rights. And I know, we have to do some sort of training on it because you have reasonable suspicion. The threshold is a little different for administrators than it is for law enforcement. We would also need to communicate with parents. I was on the fence with this a little bit But one of the things that pushed me even farther over to make sure that we do the random searches across all school levels, of course, was an unfortunate incident in Newport News, Virginia. I actually know that superintendent personally, and I was in communications with him, and we don't want to assume, definitely don't want to consider metal detectors at our elementary schools for our youngest children, but the idea that to ensure that they haven't brought something to school that they should not have brought to school came to mind immediately, for us to consider as a part of our upgraded safety and security protocols.
But thank you, Dr. Davis,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
that was part of my second question. I, too, know the superintendent of Newport News, as well as a few of the board members. So immediately I reached out to one of the board members, and I think Mrs. Agostini and Mrs. Nass had a chance to meet one of the board members and the superintendent at our last conference we attended. So that was my question, too, about we do these pop-up metal detectors, but we only consider middle and high school. Well, with the recent occurrence with elementary, I would love to see us do that as well. But I think this question is more so to Dr. Davis, not so much to you, Will, is the fact that I think, especially me, I can only speak for myself, I've asked what is the budget amount to provide a metal detector in every middle and high school, and I still have yet to receive that. Just in a board brief, I would love to know the cost, because every time I think about the bond referendum that we actually received the monies, safety was one of our priorities that we said we care about safety. We want to make sure our students, our teachers, faculty and staff, parents, community members, everyone feels safe when they come into our schools. But we have not moved with purchasing metal detectors. We're only using pop-ups. So at a later time, if someone could provide what is the total cost for middle and high school if we had a permanent metal detector placed at that school. Once again, we know it's not going to catch everyone, but what we do know that it will deter some of them and it will catch some. So I'd rather be safe than sorry, proactive instead of reactive. So at a later time, I love to just get the final cost with that. And I know other components go into that, how many staff members we may need and all of that. But just a general idea of how much would it cost. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Scott. I believe Mr. Anderson provided an estimation of what it will cost. If you look at the last bullet under cost, the total cost for 2 stations for each middle and high school for 180 days, we're estimating at about $2 million to be able to do that and run those.
And that's for every middle and high school?
Each middle school and high school for 180 days.
Okay, great. And if you also can just break it down later with just middle schools and just with high schools, in case we can just start with high schools and then work our way back, or just a total. But thank you so much for that cost.
The easiest way to think about it is that one station, a one-time cost is $13,000. So we buy those one time, and we bought 12 already. For one station, it's going to cost you $400 recurring. So if we put a station up here at R2i2 and had one station, it's going to cost you $400. So we just, then from there, we can do the math on how many stations it costs. So if we do 2 stations, that's where that came from, 2 stations at 12 schools, then that's where you get the $2 million for 180 days. So every time we run a metal detector, just one station, if we do 2 like we've been doing at different schools, it's $400 for one. And that's your cost of your staffing, your security staff, your SROs and others. So that's the estimate, but obviously we'd have to dig really deep to get the most, but that's our estimate now what it would cost. Yes, ma'am.
I think it would be important, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Davis.
Thank you for recognizing. I think it would be important, we can surely break down the cost of what it would be at middle school, high school, in 2 sections. The physical cost, or the actual F&E cost of purchasing the detectors, and then the cost of staffing and manning the detectors for the day, and 2 at each site. or our recommendation how many may be needed per site, and then the staff that will be needed to do that, if it's contracted or if it's actual staff that's hired. I would also recommend for the board's consideration prior to purchasing those metal detectors and making that substantial financial commitment, which, as I echo Dr. Scott's sentiment, is how important it is. However, I would recommend that we put that in policy, that the metal detectors will be at, as Mr. Anderson stated, as a part of updating our safety policy to include permanent metal detectors and stations at our schools before we make the financial commitment to do that. Because if we don't make the commitment and it's not in policy, then it could that may be a waste of funding for us.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Mrs. Porter.
Just as a point of information, I've researched this quite a bit, and fairly recently, a bill has been introduced that states that the state of South Carolina would provide the installation of use of walk-through metal detectors and other metal detectors in elementary schools, middle schools, and high school buildings and athletic venues. This is section 59-23-260. And this was introduced November 17, 2021, initially, referred to the Committee on Education and Public Works. It was introduced and read the first time in January of 2022, and then later referred to the Committee of Education and Public Works. So I feel like this bill of these changes are being in discussion at the state level often, and it would be nice for us to have some conversations with those to at least determine how likely would our state cover something like this, because if this is something that we do and we pay for it ourselves and then the state comes behind us and funds it, we don't get reimbursed for those funds. We don't get to say, oh, never mind, we don't want to pay for those metal detectors anymore. They'll say, you were able to find the funds, that's your responsibility. We're going to give the funds to the schools that don't have metal detectors, and we're stuck with that bill. So it's just something to, as we have other things like meal debt and things like that we want to talk about, with this being so recently discussed at the House level, I think it would be important for us to find out the likelihood of it actually passing and moving. And that bill stated in Section 2 that it would take effect July 1st, 2023. So even if it fell, is it in the works of coming up again and being read another time?
And thank you for sharing that. That
Yes,
can be
ma'am.
monitored and tracked through the legislative process. It's on the website, so you can watch the legislation and how it progresses.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Washington.
Yes, I have two questions. So you mentioned on page 10 that there would be a need for increase SROs. May not be page 10, it may be something else. Where I saw a point about an increased need for SROs. Are you saying that we don't have the money to hire those SROs?
No, what we currently we have almost every facility has an SRO, but we have 6 locations that don't have one. So let me be clear: a center, for example, shares an SRO with a middle school. So we put in an application to provide get grant funding to cover that. We, as a district, if we want to hire more SROs, that is a board decision to add additional funding, because we pay, and I'm not the chief financial officer, but I believe we pay 100% of the cost of an SRO. So that would be a commitment from that. So last year, we did a grant with the South Carolina Department of Public Safety, and they approved 10 SROs for us that they fully pay for. The state pays for. We don't pay for those. They pay it to the sheriff's department. And so, anyway, we are at. That's what we did last year. So they opened another round up, and we have now submitted another application for 6 more. Did that answer your question, Ms. Washington?
Yes.
Okay.
And so then all the dollar figures that are in this chart, Are these dollar figures from the bond? Is this the bond money that we're using to work on these facility improvements?
Some of them are, most of them are, yes. I'm just looking back over here from a one-time cost. So the camera conversion project, for example, is from bond dollars. Metal detectors, yes, ma'am. These are the one-time costs. The recurring cost that's not would be in the bond dollars. But these are estimates on what those costs. But yes, we would use our for safety improvements. We would use if it's identified in the bond referendum, we would use those to purchase those. And all of these, I believe, looking through, have been used from bond dollars. Yes, ma'am.
So the metal detectors, does that not fall under the bond money?
They were not, the one-time cost of the metal detectors was not identified in the bond referendum.
Okay.
But the recurring cost, we would not want to use with the recurring cost for metal detectors with capital money.
And then when you come up with this safety plan, I mean, is there like a district committee? These appear to be some updates of action steps that we're taking as a district, but do we have a formal safety plan?
We have a formal safety plan.
And where can that be found?
I'm trying to think exactly. We have a safety emergency plan that's on our website, but we don't have the more detailed one. It has specific information that is, we can be happy to work with Dr. Davis to make sure we can share that with you, because we don't want to reveal and reveal
Absolutely.
all the information. So my mind was, when I'm looking at the ceiling, I was thinking, where is it at exactly? But so yes, ma'am. But I can make sure you get the links. I don't know off the top of my head exactly where everything's at, but we can make sure we point the board members in the right direction to where it's at publicly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Anderson. We can get a copy of the more detailed safety plan that we can share internally. Typically, when we would have those types of conversations, they're done in an executive session because they're safety. As you very well know, we don't share certain details about how we respond to certain things and make it public.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I have a couple of questions, and these are probably directed more toward Dr. Davis. It seems once or twice a week we get a report of threats at schools and seeing emails come out. How are we addressing, because I see in these emails, parents, tell your children, what are we telling the children at school? What are they being told other than the welcome to school, don't make a threat, and then we move on for the rest of the year? How are we repeating the message and telling these students that there are consequences to these actions and it's not a joke?
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, I've been a school administrator for 25 years, district and school level administrator for 25 years, and worked in 3 school districts in urban, rural, and suburban school systems. We give all of our students a handbook and a code of conduct. We review the handbook with our students, and parents are made aware of it. Students understand and receive and know what the discipline matrix is there for them as well to be exposed to. Let me just say, the vast majority, well over 90% of our students probably don't have or will not make a threat against our schools. So to spend an extensive time talking to every single student multiple times about an infraction, about making a threat, is not something that school principals and school administrators typically do. Students are aware. I had to tell someone recently, students are in school today, all have been in school since post-Columbine. Everybody knows that you're not supposed to make a threat against a school. Even when we put that information out, students still make threats against schools anonymously through social media, especially since social media has been around. But I do remember, just as a high school student and a middle school student, somebody would call in a bomb threat on the phone. I mean, this has been going on for a very, very long time. If there's something specific that the board would like administration to do quarterly, talk to every student about not making a threat at school and understanding the consequences of it, then I'm open to the direction of the board on how we should tell students that you're not supposed to make a threat against schools. And if you do, you're going to be held accountable in some sort of way. We absolutely take it seriously. I just find it hard to believe that they don't know they're not supposed to make threats at school, and they do it. They do it anyway. The same as they know they're not supposed to fight at school, and they do it anyway. They know they're not supposed to cut class, and they do it anyway. They know they're not supposed to be disrespectful. They are quite aware that they're not supposed to make a threat against a school. And when they do make a threat, I think our response should be the appropriate response and make sure that the consequences fit the infractions and that we're consistent in the application of the consequences for said threats and for said actions more consistently than just telling them not to do something that they know they're not supposed to do.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, and I'm glad that you are receptive to board ideas, and I am planning and hoping to get the safety and security meeting up and running. There needs to be a little bit further discussion, but starting in September of 2019, I know most people won't recall this, but in the September of 2019, or when school came back that year across the Midlands, there were numerous threats made against schools. And at that time, I sent in an email requesting a video. Again, when the sheriff came and spoke to the board, I think it was in January of 2020, it was early in 2020. My question to the Sheriff Lott again was, how do we address students? Because they keep doing it. They know better. They say it's a joke, but they don't understand that we do not treat it as a joke. So again, I suggested, actually, the sheriff had said he did a video with Lexington. Last December at a board meeting, I suggested a video, but we haven't had it. Ironically, the day that Blythewood had its incident, the Smart Matters video came, or the Smart, I can't even think of what it is. What is it? Be Smart, thank you. I was saying Smart Matters, but Be Smart video came out. And that is exactly what I was looking for, that we run in a school program so that these kids know. Show them a picture of the Alva Nest Detention Center and say, this is where you're going if you do this. Yes, they don't understand. They think it's a joke. But we've got to do something more creative, is really my point, to have these kids know, yes, they know not to fight. They know not to do any of this stuff, but yet they're still doing it.
Just as a, not to belabor this, but the Blythewood situation was a national phenomenon that was taking place. Not just
agreed.
So there wasn't a student who made that threat against our school. That went on in multiple high schools across the state and country.
And agreed. My point was the irony of the date. I was writing the email to you to suggest doing the I can't even Be Smart video, something like that, saying use this as an example after I've made several suggestions before. That was exactly what I was looking for, to be running in these schools once a quarter, just to remind the kids and to get local celebrities. I talked to Sheriff Lott. He said, get Don Staley, get some local communities. Dr. Davis, you're very, you've got a lot of charisma. The kids would love to see you guys have an honest conversation. But we'll move on from there. My last point that I just want to say is, 12 screenings, we're 90 days into school, doesn't seem like a lot to me after we, purchased all those metal detectors. Are we planning to have more cycles, more than just one run around for the next quarter? What can we expect?
Well, it takes a lot of manpower and to make this happen. And so we have 37 traffic posts to run, as well as the teachers and staff have. So we've added this task without any real resources on top of that. So we're trying really hard to do more, and we're working on with other third parties to help us with the staffing. So our plan is to do more. Ms. Agostini, at this point, it's been a resource issue to be able to do these. And so we're working hard to provide more of the pop-ups.
And thank you for that information. So if we're considering to purchase more metal detectors, the board really needs to take into consideration the manpower, and if it's capable, if we purchase these, can we actually utilize them? Did I see, Mrs. Porter, your hand? Yes.
Yes, I had a question about policy EB. There was a recommendation with clear book bags. Has the district ever had a policy for clear book bags in all schools before?
The only clear bag, we haven't, no ma'am, but the only clear bags we require now is at athletic events.
Okay,
So
has that shown any, a difference? Have you seen any progress with that change?
We haven't done a full research. Anecdotally, it makes going through lines, metal detector lines more efficient. You can see exactly what's in bags, those types of things, but I can't give you an answer that we've, because we haven't done a real good analysis on any of that.
And by chance, did you implement clear book bags before metal detectors?
No, I think we've been doing metal detectors. We've been doing metal detectors before we implemented the clear bag policy at sporting events. I think that was like 18 or something like that. We were one of the first to do that in the state, the clear bags at sporting events. But the metal detectors have been here for many years for sporting events.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you,
I do
Mr.
have
Anderson.
one. You said that you all don't have any clear research on the clear book bags?
If I misspoke, I may have misspoken, but go ahead, Dr.
I'll
Davis.
clear it. Thank you. We don't have a policy on clear book bags in the school district as of yet. We have a policy on the clear bags for athletic events. And I think what the question was, have we seen any change, particularly at the athletic events, with the implementation of clear bags? I would say it would be difficult to say that because we don't have any previous data that we were collecting to measure the current data with, i.e., are we seeing less weapons or anything brought into the schools? Are the metal detectors going off less as a result of the clear bags? We have seen a better usage or a better with the community following the clear bags. Like it used to be an issue where they didn't realize that we were doing it and they would have to go back and forth to their cars. But we pretty much implemented it actually after the incident in a neighboring school district where there was a report of shots being fired at a game. We then immediately followed suit and implemented the clear bags in our schools, along with our athletic events, along with the metal detectors. The clear bag discussion has mixed results in our community. We have spoken, we did the survey. It is about 50-50. In PAC, we've had lengthy discussions about it with our Parent Advisory Council, and they're still about the same as the information that was provided in the survey. Some parents are in favor, but almost as equal are not necessarily in favor as relates to the clear bag. And so it's one of the reasons why we haven't implemented the clear bags as of yet, and it continues to be a part of the discussion with our PAC and of course with our board. And should it then, if it's instated in a policy, then of course we will immediately implement the clear book bags. They are difficult to find. The supply is low usually, and they're not usually at a high quality, particularly for high school students and the bags, the books that they carry. And then we would need to have a discussion around athletic bags. Students who play lacrosse, football, basketball, they all carry multiple bags to schools. So that would be something we would need to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Moving on, item 10.2, food services. Dr. Davis.
Madam Chair, Mr. Anderson has the privilege of staying right there.
Sorry.
And giving the update for food services. Mr. Anderson.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mrs. McFadden.
point of preference.
Yes, Mrs. McFadden.
I'd like to read something. Due to the potential ethics violations and district indictments state on the OIG report on page 43, South Carolina Code 813-700B prohibits a public official from using their office to influence a government decision which he or a family member has an economic interest. I must recuse myself from this portion of the meeting. I was unaware that I could not advocate for families in our district concerning this. I understand the position these families are in and felt it my duty and responsibility to speak up on their behalf as a board member who is in the same position. I understand what they're going through, regardless of how they found themselves in this situation or in this position or why they haven't paid it back yet. I will state for the record, this was not a situation where I purposely allowed this to increase. I received notification of this debt in 2018 when the debt was already over $2,000, unbeknownst to me that my children were being charged. I was told that the debt didn't need to be paid until graduation. None of my children have yet graduated. I want to point out that Mrs. Brown stated that she didn't think I may be fit to address the OIG committee report, and I do believe that our chair selected us and we volunteered for that. We have a good balance. I believe Ms. Porter, myself, and Ms. Nash are a good balance for this report. I have had receipts from other people that stated that maybe it's not, but I will say, Ms. Brown, I appreciate what you said, and I know that there are many people in the community who feel that way, but I have made an effort and a point to make sure that I'm still performing the best that I can on this board, and I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I do know the sentiments of the community about the OIG report concerning me, so at this point, I would say thank you, but I need to recuse myself, and I will return after this presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. McFadden.
Ready?
Mr. Anderson.
I'll be Bill Anderson for this one. So anyway, I'll make this again as quick as possible, but I know it's a topic that's of utmost importance. So back in August, we had a school board meeting regarding food service, and it came about debt and charging and et cetera. So I do want to briefly go back over some things. I call it Food Service 101 because I've been doing this for about almost going on 6 years now, and I still have to refer myself to some of the notes. So I think it's important we all understand kind of where we're coming from. And so quickly, Richland 2 participates in the National School Breakfast, Lunch, and Snack Program. That is administered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and then it's ran by the South Carolina Department of Education. And so that program, in order to be a part of that program, there are federal rules and guidelines that you have to abide by. And so the federal government, if we abide by those rules and guidelines, the federal government then gives us money to help us feed our children in our schools. Many school districts, not all, but many, have a food service management company that help school districts run their organization. We have Sodexo, who is our current food service management corporation. The things that come about sometimes is when we hear is people think was all Sodexo. And I want to make sure that we understand that Sodexo has two responsibilities. That's two major. That's the food and the people that serve the food. All the policies, the equipment, all the kitchens, everything else is the responsibility of Richland 2, the money, et cetera. They're just providing that meal and having the people that provide that meal. Another thing is about lunch eligibility. And so during COVID, the federal government, USDA, suspended the lunch eligibility that you had to apply for free meals or direct certified. Everybody got a free meal. From an operational standpoint, and it made serving meals a lot more efficient and easier for us to do. That waiver was expired at July 1st, and our district went back to doing eligibility. The reason for that, and I'm going to skip a bullet, is the community eligibility provision. CEP was adopted about 6 years ago. CEP allows for districts that qualify to serve free meals to all students. There's a lot of catches, buts with that. First, you have to be eligible to do that. And what that means is in your community, you have to be at least 40% in an identified student poverty rate. It's a number produced by the USDA through different means. Richland too, as of the last information we got last year, was sitting about 27% as a district. So for one, as a district, we don't qualify. So I know our neighboring districts qualify as a district because overall, when they look at they're higher than that. The second piece is we can get schools to qualify. So currently we have 5 schools that qualify. That is Killian, Windsor, Jackson Creek, Condor, and Keels. They do qualify. The one other issue is once you qualify at 40%, then the federal government's not going to pay you to provide all meals 100% free. In order for you to make even, basically, your district needs to be about 70 or 75%. So if we qualified at 40%, we still would not be able to 100% get federal reimbursement dollars to pay for that. So that's kind of something that's out there that gets misconstrued at times. So since we don't do that, we do go through the lunch eligibility, which we have students either A, apply for a free or reduced lunch application, or B, they get directly certified. Every year we get a list from the state Department of Education of those students who directly certify. They directly certify through benefits they receive from the state or federal government. That's the best way to put it. There's several factors that they get those from. And so if you don't get a direct certify, they have to fill out an application. And then those who don't fill out an application, don't even fill it out, they automatically are paid students, or if they get denied, then they are paid students. There's been a lot you've probably seen in the news media recently about this pre-filed legislation regarding free meals for all. There's a big catch to that, and we haven't got an answer. It says free meals to all eligible schools. So it doesn't say free meals for all, period. It says free meals for all eligible schools. The information that we're getting right now is that those schools that are that CEP, community eligibility. So again, right now, there's not very clear if they plan on changing that legislation, but how it's currently written, it says eligible, and right now there's no definition of what eligible means. There's also no funding source for that either. So as Ms. Porter mentioned in the other presentation following that legislation, we'll be following that legislation very closely. And then lastly, these are our current meal rates that we serve, that our students who are reduced or paid have to pay for a breakfast or for a lunch. They pay that revenue. We get a portion of revenue for reduced and for paid from the federal government, and then we pay per meal Sodexo the cost for them to make the meal and serve the meal. So for years we've had different history of charging procedures. Basically, the where we're at now is we are not collecting debt. For those paid students, we still have been allowing them to charge as much as they want, but we have put a moratorium at the beginning of the school year that we're not going to collect your debt. We're not going to do that, but you are still charging meals, and so we put a moratorium on collecting debt, but we haven't done anything. If you've got $1,000 worth of debt, you're going to still get a meal. So that's where we have been. Where we are now is, and when the reason for today is, we are at a point that we need to start collecting the debt and making sure that we hold those who are paid students accountable, or at least as a board understand where we are on this. This was as of December 1st, and this is the debt from just the first 3 months, August, October, November, of where we were in debt. And that was $342,000 total for reduced and full pay. Full pay, $331,000. I was given some data today for this that I didn't update the slide, but we're almost at $500,000 as of today. That is lost revenue that we cannot use. That's general fund money that has to cover that. So I just want to let y'all know that's what our current debt is as of 12/1, but as of today, I was told it was $500,000, almost $500,000. So we want to make sure that we at least understand families, understand the situations they go through, and work really hard with them to make sure that we can do all we can to educate them on this, and also make sure we understand that we can at least have revenues in here so that we can provide those meals and be able to not use our general fund dollars for teachers, for other things that have to pay for food service. So we still think it's the right thing to do to allow children to charge, so that even if they've got a debt, they still need a meal, and we will allow them that. We think that's the right thing to do. So we do want that to happen. But if they're getting a la carte, we're not going to allow those to charge those. So we get reimbursements for every reimbursable meal, but we don't get reimbursement for a la carte. So if my son, who used to do this, and I had to stop him, go and buy his lunch and then goes buy 3 things of chips for him and his buddies, that's not, we really don't need him to be doing that. My son was doing that. The other thing is just really getting back to notifying the parents of their issues with debts, being every Sunday through all sorts of means of communications, and ensuring that they understand that. And that would start as soon as they hit a 0. So it wouldn't let it get low. When you have 0 in your bank account, because the way this works is you have an account in Parent Portal, and once it hits 0, you need to understand you are going into the red. You need to start putting funds into your account so that you're not racking up a large debt. And so we want to make sure that as we continue to do this, that we work really hard with our students, our families, and our schools to make sure that we can maintain a good fund to provide these meals, and so that we're not having to impact our general fund by offsetting those costs that aren't coming from our parents. We're also working on, and this sending back these notifications will start second semester. So we're going to start working to notifying parents of where they are. Here comes second semester. We're also finalizing what we call the Richland 2 Meal Assistance Program. These are still getting worked out. But in essence, what this is for those families who are at that don't qualify, but we understand that they are in, I don't want to say it in a negative way, but they're working their tails off, but they don't qualify for these things. So for example, currently a family of 5 who make $63,000 do not qualify for free or reduced lunch. $63,000 in 2023 is, it's very difficult when you have 3 kids trying to raise school. So we want to provide that little gap there of allowing people who just miss out on that the opportunity to still get a meal at a reduced rate. So on number 5 there, you can see once they go through the process, which they have to go through the same process of filling out a meal application to get free or reduced, then their rate would be basically 50% of the rate of a normal meal. So they're getting a 50% discount for every meal that they would have. And so the thing about that is, and I'll go to the next slide, is that this is a cost to the district. And so we get revenue from 2 sources. We get revenue from those who pay for meals, and we get revenue from the federal government. And so, for example, on this one it says the student rate. So for breakfast, a student pays 75 cents. We get 50 cents from the federal government. So we have $1.25 that we have in revenue. But each of those meals that we pay our contractually to Sodexo is a difference of, it's $2.26, if I do the math correct, yes. So we would have to pay for each meal $1.04 out of the general fund to cover those costs. So estimated 10,000 meals for an elementary school lunch, it would cost the district $11,600. Now, again, that's something we are working through, but it's something we think that would be a good way to help those who are just missing out on the ability to get reduced lunch or reduced meals as a way to help that. And we're working through those logistics now of still trying to work that out. And lastly, as you know, when this came out, we've had people give money to the Education Foundation. We're working with the Education Foundation on how that process will work. And at this point, that's really the Education Foundation on working the logistics on how they will distribute that money, as that's a donation to the Ed Foundation and not a donation to Richland 2. That's a lot of information. It's probably could be something that we could go over in more depth at a later date, but I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all may have at this time.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Scott.
just a few questions. One is, I know we stated that we will allow students just to charge as much as they want. The fear that I have with that is, I don't want us to be comfortable with that, and then when a senior come and is ready to graduate, we say to that family, I'm so sorry, you cannot graduate, you owe us $3,500. So I do want us to be mindful of that, and especially to have those conversations with our seniors, especially, as well as with the parents of the seniors, because that is just a moment that parents look forward to. It's not for the student, it's for their families. And I don't want families to be excited about graduation. And we have not had those conversations with those parents stating, your child owed X amount of money. So I would encourage Dr. Davis, as well as with the principals, to get with those seniors now and see exactly how much they owe and see how we can generate a plan, because I want to shake their hand walking across the stage. I get very excited at graduation time. So I would love to make sure we're not having those conversations in April and parents can't come up with the money. That's very difficult. The second thing is, I think you touched on this a little bit when you were saying about the Education Foundation. I know I had an opportunity at a conference a few months ago. I spoke with someone from New Jersey, and they stated that they raised the money through GoFundMe, and within 6 months they had $500,000 because parents just began to just donate to that, as well as they had written a grant. And there's grant money out there to assist with the cost of meals debt for schools. So I would just encourage us to see if we can find some of those debt grants out there that can help with these programs. But thank you so much, because we know that many times for some students, that's the only time they get a meal is at school. So I'm glad to know that we are not taking meals away from students, and we're giving them the meal. And we're going to work with the parents and students on how to be cost effective with that and not raising the debt. So thank you so much for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Mrs. Porter?
I want to agree with Dr. Scott about notifying parents. In fact, I would even say finding a way to handle all of the debt for this year without having to go that route and starting fresh in a new school year before implementing any plans of notifying, because I just don't see how we can do that with this short amount of time, a couple of months, for parents, and do it in a fair and equitable way for those who are still paying versus those who are not making payments. It just gets very sticky, and also with the consequences of if they don't have a debt. I don't think it's the child's fault if a parent can't make that payment and them walking across the stage. So if it's gone this far along, we might need to start fresh in the beginning of the school year before implementing something versus middle of the year and looking for those other ways. I'm also interested in if we could save money, if we can't find a way to where an outside source can cover this cost, if we could save money by not outsourcing the cost of food and food management and handling it in-house. I know I talked about this with some members of a neighboring district, and they do that, and it costs them a lot less money. So I was just curious to know if that's something that we've explored.
All I can say is we haven't explored it recently, but the reason we went to a third party was we were losing money, and it was more cost effective for us to go to a third party. Now, I can't speak for the other district. I just know that that was the rationale in 2008 when we went to a third party, is that as Dr. Molly has mentioned before, when you look at any organization, your staff is your highest cost.
Right.
And so those costs have been shifted to paying that meal price. So I haven't looked at it,
Okay.
but I do know that's why we went from that to third party. For us to go back, I can't imagine. We'd have to do an analysis, but I can't speculate on what it would cost us to bring back 175 people back on our payroll. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just had one question.
Mrs. Nash?
What, was there a reason why people weren't notified about their debt? Was I wrong in that? I think I saw where it says currently they weren't notified? Weren't being notified, like the parents weren't being notified?
I'd have to go back and see what it was. There was a lot of, we wanted to make sure, and Dr. Davis may help me here, we were trying to make sure that we ensured people understood that we're going to let you charge. But we also put out a lot of information about the meal rates. We were trying to give people the understanding that we understood what they're going to, so we didn't want to. That's a good question, Ms. Nash. I have to go back and look exactly why.
Okay.
I guess I need a timeline, Ms. Nash, of when you're talking about notification. Is it during the moratorium or prior to the moratorium?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out too. That's why I'm really asking.
It's the moratorium.
Because it was on here and it said we didn't notify anybody. So I didn't know if there were people who were in that situation prior to, if they are notified, or if this is just because of that. All I saw here was that it said that we weren't notified.
So
people.
during the moratorium, there was no notification because everyone was allowed to eat for free. This was a result of a communication that went out inadvertently about a practice that we had if you remember, in our procedural manual. It was not in a policy. We had not taken any food or thrown any food away from a student, but it created a huge public outcry, and there was a lot of conversation around it. And then we had a special call board meeting to address the issue. And at that time, the sentiment was that we do not prohibit students from eating and prohibit them from receiving meals, I should say. We reminded them at the time that we weren't doing that for elementary students at all.
Okay.
I believe middle school students we weren't doing it for at all. It was just high school students that after a certain amount of debt occurred, then we were preventing them from getting additional food and charging that debt, because we thought at their age they were old enough to know that they shouldn't be charging. But then we put the moratorium in place to work out a solution. At the time, we notified what we anticipated what our debt was going to be if everyone ate for free. We based that off of, I think, the data we had from during COVID, what we assumed that would be. But we developed this program as a result of trying to accommodate those families who may not qualify for free or reduce, but are just slightly above the threshold and still needed assistance. But we were very, I think explicit in explaining that part of it is that we needed families to complete the actual applications, because many of them families may qualify for free and reduced lunch, but they have not completed the application. If they don't, then we would not know. And so prior to that, we were notifying, sending them communications regarding meal debt. During the moratorium, we were not notifying. What we're suggesting now is that we go back and begin the process of notifying and then working toward the collection of the debt. If the decision is not to work toward the collection of the debt, then I think at some point, just as a reminder, we may need to come back to the board and ask for either a budget transfer or something of that nature to cover the debt that may be that may accrue as a result of allowing full pay students and reduced pay students not to pay for their meals. So if we're trending around 500,000 now, we probably can anticipate around 1 million, possibly 1.2 million or so that we would need to transfer from, and if I'm not mistaken, from the general fund budget to the food service budget, because those are two separate budgets to be able to do that.
So I just want to make sure I understood. So the moratorium, the debt was still occurring, we just weren't notifying, essentially?
The moratorium really only truly applied to high school students, if you think about it, because we were already allowing students at the middle school and elementary schools who didn't qualify for free or reduced lunch to still charge meals at, I guess, unlimited. It had an unlimited amount of ability to charge at the middle and the elementary and the middle. So it just became the high school students at the reduced and full pay high school students that we basically gave them the same privilege as we gave the middle school, elementary, and middle school students.
Okay.
Any other board members?
Yes, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Washington?
So what can we expect in terms of oversight going forward? Because I'm listening to you say $1 million. And that's a lot of money in our budget, right, for meals. What can we expect going forward in terms of oversight for this for this same issue? And then also, I've heard the word analysis thrown out a lot tonight in terms of, we don't really analyze that, or we don't have previous data. So we've got some data sitting here telling us about the meal plan. Do we know how this works for other districts? What are some of the successes that they're experiencing? Is there some type of baseline data that we're currently collecting so that in the future we know how we're going to measure to make sure that this is not going to happen again every single school year?
I'll answer that. This wasn't a result of a lack of oversight. So I may need clarification on if something was stated that gave the impression that the current debt we have is a lack of oversight. Because the current debt we have now is a direct result of the moratorium. The moratorium was implemented because the tenor of the board at that moment was every kid should eat free in the school district.
Mrs. Washington, and then I'll state my comment.
Okay.
Are we talking about what was talked about?
I'm sorry, if Dr. Davis wasn't finished.
I pause. I yield to you, Ms. Washington.
Are you speaking about the meeting that was had back in October of when we talked about the meal debt and the community, members of the community came out, and is that when the moratorium was put in place?
Yes, ma'am. It was at the beginning of the school year. There was a communication that went out regarding the meals. It was an uproar in the community. It was all on social media and Facebook. People from all over the country was weighing in on it. We came in and we explained at the time, and I will let the record state, you can feel free to go back and pull the video to see at that time. If I'm not mistaken, I could be totally wrong, we shared what we anticipated this debt was going to be as a result of all students eating for free. But my interpretation was that was, the tenor of the community, or those who presented, and members of the board who wanted students not to eat, who wanted us to allow students to eat for free and not charge them. And so we put a moratorium in place to give us an opportunity to examine what we needed to do to be able to try to find some sort of reasonable compromise to be able to do this, because we're not a community eligible school district at this time, and this debt that we're currently having right now is lost revenue as a result of that, of our reimbursable meals. That's what the result of the moratorium. And I just wanted to clarify that it was not a lack of oversight. This was anticipated debt that was shared as a result of the moratorium. And now we want to try to collect that debt. Prior to this, As a result of COVID, I believe we had our meal debt down to $100,000.
It's about $70,000.
About $70,000. We was carrying about $70,000 of meal debt prior to putting the moratorium in place, which was a result of our previous procedures for collecting debt in our school district for meals. So we had whittled that down because I think prior to that it was higher, and the previous procedures we had in place were working. But then we had this hiccup, and it created this response that then led to this moratorium.
I guess so. Every year we are carrying over some debt from meals. Okay, I get that. So how was it successful then and it's not successful now? I guess, and we don't have to continue this weekend because it's 10:50. But if somebody can explain that.
Yeah, sure. I'll try my best here. So I think one key thing Dr. Davis said is lost revenue. So again, this is a person who does not have money to get the meal, and we give them the meal. But so what we did in the past, when COVID hit, nobody had to pay anymore. And so we're also coming off that where if you didn't read your emails or didn't see, and it happens. I mean, I don't read all my emails. It happens. So they still don't understand that everybody eats for free. That happened for 2 years. What has happened is the accountability of us trying to hold people accountable has kind of gone away. And so the state, about a year or two ago, we never did this, but the state said no school district can take a child or take a family, because it's not a child, it's definitely not a child, take a family to a collection agency. So we cannot do that. And in the past, we were able to, and in that slide number 4, I think, do different things, such as an alternative meal. That was, we took that away because we had a lot of pushback in whatever year that was, that we were food shaming children by showing that they didn't have debt, so they got a cheese sandwich. So we stopped doing that. We had the accountability of if once you got to 0, you couldn't get a meal. Well, we took that back. We wouldn't let people eat. Well, then it was $10. Well, so I think the point is we've been able to do a little bit better because we had a little bit more accountability. So we've taken a little bit of the accountability away to allow every student to eat, regardless of if they have money on their account or not. And then the law has not allowed us to really do anything. It's made it very difficult for us, other than please pay your money, please pay your money. So if we as a district decide that we want to put in some accountability measures, we can do that. But at this point, we don't have I don't know if that's what we want to do. And I don't want to speak for Will Anderson. I don't have a good answer to that right now. So I hope that answers your question, Ms. Washington. From an oversight perspective, we get audited yearly from the finance department. We just had a food service audit, so there's a lot of that oversight. This is really just, it all accrues because we're allowing a family to buy a lunch or a meal without paying money. And so if we have to make a decision as a district or a board, what we want to do with that. And maybe the state comes through and allows every student to eat for free, and that could happen as well. I hope I cleared it up. I'm sorry if there's any confusion.
I'm sorry, and I apologize. I'm exhausted, Dr. Davis. I don't recall the meeting ending quite that way or that being the solution. My interpretation, I'll go back and watch that September special call board meeting, was that the board did not want the meals thrown away, and also to include, we did not want students to be hungry. But my interpretation, or how I left the meeting, was we weren't saying free food for all students in Richland 2. I was a little bit surprised to see the amount of $500,000, because I think when I asked for the numbers that came out in a weekly update or board brief, it was about $160,000, and perhaps that was in October. So I'm going to say I'm sort of shocked to see that the number is so high, and also disappointed that we didn't send out some type of reminder. I didn't think that we were going to hound people for money, but I didn't think that we were just going to, turn our back and let it go. Also, in that September meeting, I was asking for a breakdown of information. Going to what my colleagues, Dr. Scott and Dr. Porter, said, who has the debt? You know, have we tried to identify that? Because we've seen a few families that have a great amount of debt. Are we just sending them an email? You know, I don't read my emails very often on my personal emails. You know, are you leaving a voicemail for me on my home telephone machine? I don't listen to that either. So how are we communicating with these people? Because they're not getting the messages. And I think that if we probably look at it, do we know what the average school debt is? How many kids have the debt for lunch? Did we track any of that information? And
I didn't know if it was a question or comment. I'm sorry.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you.
You're
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
You're welcome.
Moving on to 11.1, the draft agenda items for the January 24th, 2023 meeting. Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board and our community, our draft agenda items for the January 24th regular board meeting is as following. And we'll call our meeting to order, followed by executive session items. Currently listed on the draft agenda, we have student appeals, breach of contracts, employment recommendations, and certified releases. We'll follow this. We will convene, in executive session and convene in open session for our inspirational moment and the approval of the agenda and consent agendas. We will have our first public participation, which is followed by our voting on executive session items, which will be our student appeals and breach of contracts and employment recommendations and certified releases. Our old business, no action requested, will be the reading for policy BD, organization of the board, policy BED-B, board agenda, and policy BED-N, new board members' use of district-owned portable devices. Our new business, no action requested, will be the highlights, our capital improvements, our HR staffing update, the review of policy DBJ, budget transfers, the review of policy BED, GA, board records. This is then followed by our agenda items for the next scheduled board meeting. It is currently listed as the February 28th. That will be amended to February the 14th. And then we'll have our followed by our public participation, board and superintendent recognitions, our comments, board recognitions, our comments, executive session if needed. If there's a second one needed, voting on those items and adjournment.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. And I'm hoping, board members, and you can tell me otherwise, usually we have this opportunity for you to offer what you would like put on the agenda, but if we could have you give us an updated email by Sunday the 15th, then Dr. Davis and I plan to meet sometime next week at a mutually agreeable time to draft up the agenda. Should any of your requests not make it, I will follow up with you to let you know, but is that agreeable to all board members that you send us an email by Sunday, January 15th to let us know what you would like included on the next agenda or upcoming agendas? Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mrs. Nash?
Can we also maybe submit things that we would like to just slim this down so we don't have a longer meeting like we have tonight in some way? I don't know, I think we kind of discussed it a little bit about some of the reports. If there's a way to do that where we send them in advance.
Well, and I appreciate what you said, and Dr. Davis can take that into consideration with working with his staff, but I will say personally, the reports that were offered tonight, the food service safety and security, and also the update in terms of the assessment results, I think were very important for our whole community to hear. And you all had a lot of questions, so I'm not quite sure.
We're not saying all of them. We just want if there's whatever's more prioritized one that's more important for that day. But still keep the
I
others.
understand.
You see what I'm saying? So we're not saying,
I do.
because most people have kind of gone to sleep or have left the building.
Yes.
And
Got
so
it.
just if we could, just so it's a little bit shorter.
Thank you, understood.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to, I think I'm looking at the wrong agenda now. Excuse me. Item 12.1, public participation. And we have no one else signed up, so we'll move on to board member comments and superintendent comments. Mr. Trapp, are you still there?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Was that no comment?
Definitely no comment. I'm too tired to make any sense.
All right, thank you, Mr. Trapp. Mrs. McFadden.
With Mr. Trapp, I'm a little tired, so thank you all for the presentations. Y'all have a good night.
Mrs. Washington.
I wanted to just say congratulations to Poet Laureate for Jennifer Boykin and all of our amazing students from Richland 2 that were selected for All-State District this weekend from Spring Valley, Blythewood High School, Blythewood Middle, Ridgeview, and Dent Middle School. And I'm always excited to see our audience full of community members, parents, and champions. I am hoping that in the coming days, when we begin to talk about employee pay and committees that require our committee involvement in anything that is student-centered, that we see the same outpouring that we saw last week for rallying around, for different things, that we see that same sentiment rallied for everything that we talk about as it relates to students in our Richland 2 community. Our jobs are not adult-centered, but they are student-centered. And until we change adult behaviors, our student outcomes will not change. The IG committee will be meeting, and we have a meeting next week to prioritize a few items that were requested by our accreditation agency. We will create a timeline. We will focus on goals, as it was stated, and we will work with our district administration and board to make these adjustments to our practices. I also want to take this time to recognize Mr. and Mrs. Morris Grant. They are parents of a student that passed away last June. They started an organization called Project Jasmine. Congratulations to them. Their daughter was Jasmine Alexandria Grant. She was a 2019 Spring Valley graduate, and her life was ended during her college years. And finally, whatsoever is true, whatsoever is just, and whatsoever is lovely and of good report, let us all think on these things as we, the board trustees, do our job to govern, to lead, and to uphold our Richland 2 community. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless Richland 2.
Thank you, Mrs. Washington. Mrs. Porter.
Yes, I wanted to just state that my continuous request for establishing committees is not just to have committees. It is so that we can separate our agenda some and divide and conquer. It's so that we can reduce the length of time that we spend in these long meetings and build trust amongst the board, and that our 1 to 2 to 3 board members can work with staff and bring information to the board and reduce the time of our meetings. So I will continue to request these established standing committees so that we can do the work that will positively affect our teachers and students. I also invite admin and teachers to share with us if any decisions that we make don't accomplish this goal. So I noticed an increase in that presence in our audience. Please feel free to come to the podium and share with us if there's anything that's not accomplishing that goal so that we're aware, or send those emails to us to inform us. We want to make sure that you know that your comments and your suggestions are welcome and that these meetings are indeed a safe space. Thank you so much for your time and coming in and sharing all of these great presentations and information with us.
Thank you, Mrs. Porter. Mrs. Nash.
I just want to say thank you to everybody that came out tonight and that were also online, and then to everyone that came and spoke. I think part of hearing from the community is a really important part of what we do. With that said, I do want to touch briefly on some things before we adjourn. I'm going to make it very quick. On last week, we had an incident where some Facebook messages went around and things of that, admonishing people to come and look us in our faces. And as the news stated, there were dozens of people who attended to advocate for adults. And I just want to say we all are a team, and we are learning to work together. And this is our third meeting. And I just want people to understand, I think it was improperly stated in the news and in that Facebook post about what our job is as board members. And I want to encourage the public to review our organizational chart. our chart. And it's a cautionary tale, too, for students and for adults. Don't believe everything that you read on Facebook. The board is to be accountability and oversight to ensure our students are successful, our teachers have what they need to help them achieve, and that our parents and support staff are not left out of that conversation. It is the board's job to know and understand what we have in place and make trackable and measurable goals for improvement. And I want to stress those words because I'm a goal-oriented person too. Trackable and measurable goals, and one of them is to get this meeting down to an hour. This essentially is a new board with great gifts. I think everybody on here has great gifts that can be used to help make this an even better district. I've seen in the past, and I saw it last week, people coming to advocate again for or against adults when we are here for student success. I hope everyone that shows up to these meetings to look us in our faces will show up to help create reading and after-school programs to help our kids with their learning loss and issues of violence in our communities. I hope the leaders in last week's news photos will partner with us in speaking with our legislative bodies and provide innovative ideas on how we can help our kids on the poverty line and our teachers who need more financial resources. I want to again stress that we are a new board, and as the ID report stated, only 14% of the business was focused on students and their success. This board is committed to focus on students and our community as well. So thank you all, and God bless, and I look forward to seeing you all at our next meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Nash. Dr. Scott.
Thank you so much, and I know it's a late night, but I just want to talk on 3 quick topics. One, on yesterday, we had Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, so I just want to say thank you to our school SROs, to our law enforcement. Thank you for your service. Thank you for all that you do. We really appreciate all of you. And this month is School Board Appreciation Month, so I want to say to my colleagues, happy School Appreciation Month. I am very excited and thrilled to be a part of this new board. Although we have different personalities, we're great at some things and we need some strength and weaknesses on other things, but I'm just excited to be a part of this board. I love the way we can agree to disagree, and I love the smiles, so I want us to continue to work together. I know the public has already tried to put us against one another, but I am so glad that each and every one of us is grounded in the Lord's work, and we would do what's right and we would stand for what's right. And it brings me to one of my quotes by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that says, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. So I'm glad that we're all standing for what we truly believe in. And finally, for those who know me, know that I'm a teacher at heart. So when it comes to teachers, I'm going to fight 110% for you guys. And when it comes to students, and I always say I don't have any biological kids, but every kid that I meet, I touch, I've taught, and your kids, they're my kids. So I'm going to fight for your kid. I'm going to stand, even if I have to stand alone, and I'm going to do what's right. So I want everyone to know that when it comes to our educators and when it comes to our students, I am going to do what's right, and I want the community to know that. Thank you so much, and everyone have a great night.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, thank you to our JROTC program at Westwood High School for their presentation and delivering the colors for us today. To my staff, for all of the wonderful detailed presentations. A lot of work go into, a lot of teamwork and collaboration goes into putting those presentations together. One note of pride to share or to bring to the attention of those who are watching, if you did not notice, the instructor from the JROTC program at Westwood High School said that 100% of the students enrolled in the JROTC program, seniors, graduate from high school. Since we had a conversation about graduation rate and we want to be student focused and centered, that was an important piece of data that was shared in that presentation that we should be all minded of. I also want to just quickly address the sentiment that was shared about the strategic plan. I want to remind the public that in order for a strategic plan to be approved, it has to go to the State Department of Education. So if anyone who's been in the public school system for any time here in the state, realize that our strategic plans have to be submitted to the State Department of Education for approval. In order for those things to be approved, they have to have SMART goals. So they have to be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. And the documentation that was sent, our strategic plan that was sent to the State Department does have that. What the public sees is just a very small glimpse of the strategic plan, because most people have not reviewed the detailed strategic plans at schools or in school districts. But if anyone would like to see the detailed strategic plan of the school district, please reach out to our district office, and we'll make sure that you get a copy of the detailed strategic plan that was sent to the State Department of Education that was approved. And before we meet again, we'll be celebrating the birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So I encourage everyone to go out and perform some sort of kind act of service for your community, and to remember a quote from Dr. King, that the arc of the moral universe may bend towards justice, but it does not bend on its own. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. And for me, my closing remarks or comments will be just, I wish you all a good night. Moving on to 14.1, we are in no need of executive session 2. Item 15, we are 16. May I have a motion for adjournment?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. McFadden?
I move to adjourn the January 10th, 2023 board meeting at 11:10 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mrs. McFadden and seconded by Dr. Scott to adjourn the meeting. Is there any discussion? Board members, please vote. And the motion is 7 yes, 0 no. The motion carries. Good night. The meeting is adjourned.